had gone wrong.
We are working together from a state level and from the military level, because there's a lot of moving parts.
We are tracking it all. Then, cherry picked. We're shining a light on the woman who brought DC's famous cherry blossoms to life. How she turned her vision for a brighter capital into reality.
She just wasn't going to take no for an answer.
This beautiful story just ahead. And Lauren Daigle live. The Grammy winner joins us right here in Studio 1A to perform her latest hit for the first time on TV, and you do not want to miss this special performance. Today, Thursday, March 30th, 2023.
Fairview High School and Montana. Go Warriors!
From Seattle,
it's Savannah Sweet 16.
Bundled up on spring break. From Madison, Wisconsin. Here to celebrate my 14th birthday.
From Florence, Alabama.
Out of my dad.
Watching in West Bloomfield, Michigan.
On a mother-daughter trip for Mom's 70th. From Los Angeles.
Here with my beautiful wife.
Celebrating our 24th anniversary. Sending love to my mom in LaGrange, Illinois.
Love you, Grandma Judy.
Wishing my cousin Blakely a happy birthday in Texas.
All right. Welcome back. Before March and Women's History Month comes to a close, we wanted to shine a light on a woman who helped start one of the greatest traditions in Washington, D.C.
We are talking about those gorgeous cherry blossoms, and there is a pioneer to thank for them. Rarely gets any credit. NBC's Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins us from the Tidal Basin. Beautiful shot there, Kristen. Morning.
Hi, Craig and Hoda and everyone. Good morning to you. It is springtime, and that means people are coming from far and wide to see this incredible sight behind me, the cherry blossoms, and the story of how they got here, as beautiful as the flowers themselves. It's dawn, and already people are gathering to see the majestic cherry blossoms in Washington, D.C., an annual tradition that draws people from all over the world. But how these trees got here, still a mystery to many. Do you know whose idea it was to bring the cherry blossoms here?
No idea.
It has something to do with Japan and a gift.
They were a gift from Japan, right?
A gift from Japan, yes. But whose original idea was it? A little known fact until now. Whose idea was it to bring Japanese cherry trees here?
It was definitely Eliza Scidmore's original idea.
You'd be forgiven if you've never heard of Eliza Scidmore. She doesn't get high billing in the history books. But Diana Parcell is now telling Scidmore's story, a post-Civil War journalist turned travel writer.
Found out she was an early newspaper correspondent in Washington, and that was amazing for a woman in the 1870s.
That tenacity took Scidmore all over the country and world, Alaska, China, Java, and beyond, becoming the first female writer and photographer for National Geographic. But it was a trip to Japan that became transformative. She is struck by the cherry trees.
There was this ritual called hanami, where the Japanese come out every spring and stroll beneath the trees in this spirit of fellowship and humanity and joy. That's the experience she wanted to create in D.C.
Scidmore saw great potential for her hometown, where the Washington Monument and the area around it was still under construction. You are describing her as a visionary.
She was a visionary.
As soon as Scidmore, only in her 20s, got home, she asked top officials to bring some of Japan's cherry trees to Washington. What was the response she got?
They listened to her, and then they ignored her.
But Scidmore was determined, and she kept asking for the next 24 years. What kept her going?
It was her personality, and she just wasn't going to take no for an answer.
Finally, in 1909, Scidmore found an ally in the White House, writing a letter to First Lady Helen Taft.
Mrs. Taft immediately took up the idea, and from this point on, the two of them worked together to make it happen.
With that powerful partnership, it didn't take long for Tokyo to agree, sending 2,000 trees to the U.S. But there was a problem.
They were all infested with a variety of pests, and they said these are a risk to U.S. agriculture. They have to be destroyed. And so all 2,000 of those trees were burned.
Japan was undeterred, this time sending a whopping 3,000 trees. In 1912, Mrs. Taft invited Scidmore to a small ceremony to plant them.
I can't imagine the sense of satisfaction she must have felt. I think it must have been tremendously gratifying for her.
Now, nestled deep in the tidal basin, some of the oldest trees dating back to Scidmore's era.
Gnarled, twisted trunks, missing bark. They're really not much to look at the rest of the year, but every spring, here they are in full bloom.
Today, the annual blooms bring out more than 1 million visitors.
It's beautiful that we can share this with so many nationalities and so many people, and it's a great thing.
Scidmore's vision from so long ago, now a reality. That spirit of fellowship, humanity, and joy in full bloom for eternity. Now, you guys, Scidmore had so many adventures. She's now referred to as the Forrest Gump of her era. I am standing next to one of these trees just to give you a sense of how big and beautiful they truly are. They did bloom a little bit early this year because the winter was so warm. They typically stick around for about 7 to 10 days. And I have to tell you, we are expecting high winds here tomorrow. So there's a little bit of concern about the impact those winds could have. My advice to everyone, come on down to D.C. and get a glimpse. It is truly spectacular.
Gotta go quick.
You can't miss those. That was a beautiful story, and we learned something too. And right in the spot where you took your wedding picture.
Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah.
See? It all
Thank you.
That was beautiful, Kristen. Thank you so much.
Oh, it was great.
So April arrives on Saturday, and that means, y'all, it's time for Jenna to reveal the next Read with Jenna pick. Girl,
Okay.
I'm waiting for this one.
Hold up. We're mixing it up. You know what? We listen to our readers.
Yeah.
They want to pre-order the book so they can read it at the beginning of the month. So we are announcing a week early.
We've never done this
We've never
before.
done it.
All right.
Does it feel cool to do something we've never done?
I love doing something for the first time.
Okay, can we have the drum roll, please?
Right.
Our April pick is Camp Zero by Michelle Minn Sterling. It is her debut novel. It is available to pre-order right now, as I just said. So scan that QR code wherever it is.
You take great care when you pick a book, and you pick winners all the time. So what was it about this one?
Oh my gosh. This book is incredible. You've never read a world like it before, okay? It is set in the future, which I'm normally not into, but it is so grounded, and it's all about women saving the world, which we believe in, right? Girl power. Okay, it is incredible. You'll love it. There's some love stories.
I like that too.
Multiple love stories.
I like that. I think the women empowerment theme is something I'm always drawn to.
Yeah, and it's also about community.
Yeah.
How women lift each other up. You'll meet Rose, who you'll fall in love with, and she will stop at nothing. The ending of this book.
Wait, what happens?
Well, I'm not going to tell you.
Okay, all right.
I'm not going to tell you,
fair
but
enough.
the ending will keep you guessing. My sister read it, in all honesty, real early, and she was like, wait, what's going to happen? No, tell me. He's not. Please tell me this isn't going to happen.
That's the kind of book you need.
Okay, and you know what? We're so excited. Michelle is a future star, and she is going to join us live on Tuesday, and she'll be signing books right here.
Where?
At McNally Jackson. There's a new bookstore in the plaza. See it? Look how pretty it is.
By the way, that's a beautiful bookstore.
So pre-order with us so that you can read starting next week, Camp Zero, and sign up for our newsletter, y'all. That's where you'll get all the information.
You know, have you ever, sometimes you go to the bookstore and you're like, what could I read? Don't you love when you know what you're getting?
I like a book recommendation, as you very well know.
I do know. Camp Zero. All right, Jenna, we're going to see you again on the 4th hour.
Oh, good. I hope so.
But you know what? But first, break out your sunglasses, your tank tops, because we're going shopping. We got hot spring fashions. Adriana Brock is with us, but first, this is Today on NBC. We're back with Shop Today editorial director Adriana Brock. And as you do your spring cleaning, don't forget, let's refresh our closets too. We got some new items for the warmer weather, and that is the focus of today's streaming show, Shop All Day. And you can jumpstart your shopping. All you got to do is scan our little QR code. Adriana, so good to see you. It's time to get our staples. Everyone loves a pair of jeans. We need some good ones.
I know.
What do you
Spring
have?
refresh, and you don't have to break the bank. Everything we have here is under $40.
Under 40, okay.
Starting with a little bit of a controversial trend, the mom jeans.
I like the mom jean.
They're back. And you know, they had a bad rap for a while, and we have our 3 awesome models. They're all staffers on Shop Today.
Okay.
They're wearing the same exact jean right now. It's from American Eagle.
Wait,
super
what?
affordable. And look at how cute it is. You could wear it different ways. It's made with a stretchy jean fabric, so you're gonna get a nice, comfortable fit no matter what shape, size you are.
Not the low rise that nobody likes. I don't care what they say.
So that high rise, the stretch, it hits right at the ankle.
Perfect.
Super cute.
All right, need a cute top to go with those.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so a tank top. You want a tank top in your wardrobe because this is a versatile piece you're going to wear over and over again.
Okay.
You're not just going to wear it in spring, you're going to wear it in summer too.
All right.
This one's under $30, and look at how lovely these ladies look. They styled it 3 different ways. Kamari's got it tucked in for a nice casual look. Sierra is showing off the nice long length, which is really great because you get that coverage all around.
Elongates, I love that.
Yeah, and you've got that V neckline, which is elongating too.
Yeah.
And again, looks great on everybody.
I love
got
this.
it dressed up for
I
an
kinda
evening
love it
look
right
with
under
a
the jean
moto
jacket.
Super cute.
You need a pair of shades to finish off the look. What do we got?
This is my favorite pair of cheap sunglasses because they're $15.
Oh,
$15.99. So
me
you're not
see
going to
them.
feel bad if you lose them,
Yeah,
but they look good on everybody. I
see.
swear. And
Oh,
I
those look cute.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and like the ladies have them on too. You guys can check them out.
Y'all look cute.
Yeah, and I have a bit of a wider face. And
Yeah.
I feel like they look good on everybody.
They do.
Men, women. They come in a bunch of different colors, lens colors, and metal frames.
I love those. $15
super
cannot
cute.
go wrong. Okay, they also each have on a beautiful lip color.
Yeah, so this lip color is really popular right now because lip gloss is back. It's kind of like the 90s trend we didn't know we needed.
Okay.
And lip gloss and nude lip colors that are
Nude.
kind of like pinky nudes.
Yeah.
So they've got them on. These are each under $10. And this is such a great way to sort of update your beauty routine without spending a ton of money.
Right.
So I think Kamari and Sierra are wearing the gloss.
Yeah.
Kamari's wearing like a brown shade. It's really beautiful
I like it.
on
Looks
her.
gorgeous.
Sierra's rocking the classic clear.
Yep.
And Shannon's got the the velvet version of it, which is really great.
Kind of a matte.
It's kind of a matte
Beautiful.
look. It's kind
Yeah.
of like a lipstick, and it wears all day long. Like you can eat, hang out, whatever.
And how
it
much?
won't
You,
stay.
again, you said
under $10 each.
Wait, what?
Yeah, super affordable. You
On
don't have-
Amazon?
Yes, these
Okay.
are on Amazon.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, what's next?
Okay, so this is going viral on social media, and it's a really great way to sort of zhuzh up your beauty routine. This is from Sol de Janeiro. This brand is known for their amazing scents and their beautiful.
Oh my God.
Yeah, the lotion formulas are so luxurious. They're inspired by Brazil.
I would get it just for the smell.
The smell is amazing.
Oh, and it feels good.
And you can get different.
So what is it? Hand cream?
It's
face
a
cream?
The brand says it's made with collagen, which helps with elasticity over time. Super
love that.
moisturizing. Smells amazing.
Yeah.
They also have a body mist, which is really light and easy to wear. You could also mist it in your hair if you want to like zhuzh it up after a blowout.
I learned that trick. You can
It's
put
so
perfume
good.
or something
yeah,
that smells
and this
good
is
in
a
your
really
hair.
like light mist. It's not like a heavy perfume. Again, you can get different sizes of the body cream, so it starts at $22. The smell is so good.
Okay, a pair of rain boots. They are
Okay.
never cute, but these look cute.
These are actually cute. So
Yeah.
you know April showers bring May flowers, and April is literally right around the corner. So if it's time to throw out those chunky old rain boots, get a Chelsea style. These are so cute because they're lightweight.
Yep.
They're not super bulky like the ones that go up to your calves.
Yeah.
And you're still going to get that waterproof protection. Also love that the elastics on the side.
Are they easy to get off and on?
Easy to get on
Yes.
and off. And people say if you have wide feet, these are really great too.
Okay,
So,
and again, you said everything's under $40, including these?
These are $32.99. Like super
well,
affordable.
There you have that.
can't
All
go
right.
wrong.
All right, and Adriana, you're going to be back in our next hour.
Yes.
You're going to talk about how we can upgrade our homes. Again, for even more, you can scan that QR code or head to today.com/shop all day. And be sure to check out Stepping into Spring. It's streaming this morning on Today All Day. All right, Craig, over to you.
All right, Hoda, thank you. Up next, one of our favorites, 2-time Grammy winner, Lauren Daigle, how she is inspiring people with her music and the television debut of her brand new hit. But first, this is Today. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
On NBC.
The City Music Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
We are back with a Grammy winner whose songs have been streamed more than 1 billion times, including that smash hit, You Say, which is my personal favorite, by the way, You Say, which broke records at the top of the Billboard charts.
Well, now Lauren Daigle is gearing up to release her third album. It's self-titled, and she's here to perform her latest hit live. Lauren, first of all, we're so happy you're here. You walked in this morning, you did sound check, and the place felt warm and fuzzy. So we're just happy for you. We're happy for your Grammys and your success. This album is different. It is special. It's like a look into your soul. Tell us about it.
Oh, I had so much fun making it. It was one of the most cathartic processes. It was right out of COVID, and these songs I needed for myself. I needed to write, I needed to create to kind of get out of that season. And so I know how healing they were for me, so I hope that's what everybody else can take away as well. It was just beautiful.
Speaking of healing, I know you spend a lot of time in Nashville. You were scheduled to perform there, as I understand it, on Monday, and then the shooting happened. And you decided to do something unusual in that space. What'd you do?
We hosted a prayer vigil. And you know, that kind of loss is something I can't even imagine. I can't even relate to. And so if there's one shred of hope that you can give people in the midst of such a horrific time, that is what my heart longs to do.
This song, How Great Thou Art, you're performing, and the whole crowd was singing along with you. It seemed like just what people needed in that moment. You talk about this record getting you through, you know, showing your seasons. What have you been through? You talked about the pandemic, but what are you getting to inside yourself?
Gosh, I feel like I'm always on the quest of arrival. I feel like I'll be.
That's a good line.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I'll be at the very end of my life and be like, I'm still trying to arrive. You know? But I feel like I really learned my voice again. I had to find my voice again after feeling animosity. You know, the whole world at the time was just kind of in this pickle, right? And I needed to see the beauty of humanity again, and I found that in this record. There would be moments where I was traveling and flying, and somebody would come up and give me a story, and it would just refresh me in a way that I can't imagine.
Well, you're about such inclusivity and helping out. You and your family have been that way, and faith. Well, we're excited because this is the very first TV performance of Thank God I Do. Lauren, take it away.
Yes, first time.
I've seen love come and I've seen love walk away. So many questions. Will anybody stay? It's been a hard year, so many nights and tears, all of the darkness, trying to fight my fears. Alone, so long, alone. Started breathing, the weight is lifted. Here with you it's easy, my head is finally clear. There's nothing missing when you walk by my side. I took the long road, but now I realize I'm home with you. I'm home. I don't know who I'd be if I didn't know you. Thank God I do. I don't know who I'd be if I didn't know you would probably fall off the edge. I don't know where I'd go if you ever let go, so keep me held in your hand. I don't know who I'd be if I didn't know you. Thank God I do.
Oh my God.
Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Just beautiful. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Oh my God.
Thank you, thank you.
That was so beautiful. Y'all are amazing. You're unbelievable. Remember, get her album. It's out May 12th. And you can catch her on the Kaleidoscope Tour, kicking off in September. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Well done, Daigle. Well
Thank
done. We are back in a moment. But first, this is Today on NBC.
The tip of my toes.
And welcome back as we celebrate some of our newfound friends out here on the plaza this morning. There they are. That's cousins Ava and Ashley visiting from Kalamazoo, Michigan. Their first time in New York. Shout out to Derek Cheater.
Yeah.
Right. And here's Craig with Nikki and Marty from Georgia celebrating their 12th, I guess, wedding anniversary.
Yes. Wow. Oh, and I got to meet the Cruz Davis family from East Lansing, Michigan. Hey, hey. They're spending part of their spring break on a plaza. We're happy you're here.
We're not done celebrating just yet, by the way. Al is in Cleveland. Al spending some time with our good friends at WKYC 3 News. And as you can see there, his beloved Go Team, they pulled out all the stops to welcome.
What's going on there, Al?
Fun morning there, Al.
That's Slider. That's Slider. That is Slider, the mascot for the Cleveland Guardians. Gave me a mask, gave me a jersey and everything. Yeah. Very exciting, very exciting. And almost, I mean, it's great. I love being here in Cleveland. This is my second home. Love it. Slider's a little bizarre. I love Slider. Love the Slider. Anyway, let's, reminds me of having burgers. But anyway, let's celebrate some birthdays, because I always bring my Smucker's jars when I travel. First up, happy 100th birthday to Clint Van de Griff, a family man from Plano, Texas. He served his country during World War II. We salute you for your service, sir. Warren Kasich of Strongsville, Ohio, just outside of Cleveland, 100, swears the secret to longevity, eating chia seeds, chia. Happy 100th birthday to Min Weibaum of Minnetonka, Minnesota, home to our friends at Care 11. She's going to be celebrating and getting birthday cards from her 3 kids, 7 grandkids, and 16 great-grandkids. Dorothy Barnett of Temple Hills, Maryland, also 100. Secret to her longevity? Dorothy says it is laughter. Our next centenarian is Roger Nicholas of Temecula, California. How about another secret to longevity? He goes for long walks around the neighborhood. Also says the daily sips of vodka don't hurt either. I love this guy. And last but not least, happy 100th birthday to Rosemary Yates, avid golfer from Grand Blanc, Michigan. Played in a league until she was 98, a league of her own. The only reason she quit, they shut the course down. I like that. Guys, back to you.
Al, great job from Cleveland. That was really, really awesome. All right, coming up on Hoda and Jenna, the dancing TikTok twins. They become viral sensations, and they're 75.
First, they're on the third hour, the hottest spring hair trend.
Morning, Al. Morning, Cap.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
To have you along with us. We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
This morning on the third hour of Today, praying for the Pope. Pope Francis hospitalized days before Holy Week. What the Vatican is saying about the 86-year-old pontiff's condition in a live report from Rome. Then, a warning in our Consumer Confidential. Scammers using artificial intelligence to actually clone your voice.
So it's literally a matter of dragging and dropping audio clips into this program.
That's it. How to spot the fakes and protect yourself. Plus, play ball. Opening day for baseball, the season kicking off with new rules and huge star switching teams. We're live to preview the action. And we're going out with a bang when celebrity hairstylist Chris Appleton shows us how to pull off the season's hottest hair trends. That's all ahead today, Thursday, March 30th, 2023.
Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
And a good Thursday morning. Welcome to this third hour of Today. I'm Craig, this is Dylan, and looky who is here for the first time, Savannah Sellers.
Thank you for having me.
I feel like we needed like a shot of vodka or something, just like break the ice.
Great.
And, like, loosen you up.
I thought you were going to say confetti.
Or confetti, yes, that's
You went
what I
straight
meant
to
to
vodka.
say.
That's great. You're welcome.
I love it. Thank you.
We
You
love
both have
having
been
you here.
so great to me for years, and it's so much fun to sit next to you
Well,
this
this will
morning.
be a
You
lot
say
of
that
fun.
now.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a more pleasant day for you probably because we sent the troublemaker on the road.
Yeah, I know.
Al Roker in his old stumping grounds. He's there in Cleveland. We are going to check in with our guy Al in just a few moments. But we are going to start this Thursday morning with health concerns for Pope Francis. His Holiness is in the hospital right now. He's being treated for a respiratory infection. Just a short time ago, the Vatican releasing an update on the Pope's condition. We found out just a few hours ago that while he is still in the hospital, he was able to get up this morning. He was able to enjoy prayers as well. Our chief international correspondent, Keir Simmons, is live in Rome for us. Keir, what else is the Vatican saying?
Hey, Craig, well, how about this for what the Pope is saying? How about this for a modern Pope? The Pope tweeting this morning, even while he's in the hospital. He's on the 10th floor of the hospital behind me there. That's the one you can see high up with the shutters down, the blinds are down. But then the Pope saying on Twitter, I'm touched by the many messages received in these hours, and I express my gratitude for the closeness and the prayer. The Pope, as you mentioned, Craig, suffering from a respiratory infection, 86 years old. Of course, that's going to have people worried while he's he's in the hospital overnight. But this morning, some good news. The Vatican saying that he slept well overnight, that he is improving, that this morning he was able to read the newspapers, have breakfast, do some work. And Craig, they say before lunch, he was even able to go to the private chapel to enjoy some prayer time. So lots of folks around the world who've been praying for him will be truly relieved this morning.
Yeah, and prayers certainly go a long way, Keir, especially for the Pope. But, you know, this is a very busy time. We've got Palm Sunday coming up this weekend. We've got Holy Week next week leading up to Easter. So despite the good news, do we expect him to be a part of the services that are ahead?
Dylan, you're asking the question everyone's asking here, and I guess around the world too, anyone who wants to tune in to that Palm Sunday service, so important to so many. Will he be there? I don't think we really know right now. We're only days away. And again, as I mentioned, he is 86, and I'm sure his doctors will be telling him to get better before he tries to work again. That being said, we know about this Pope that he is determined to serve, if you like. His faith is so important to him, that drives him. And as far as he is concerned, that is the most important thing in his life, of course. So as you say, this is Holy Week coming up, the most important week for Catholics. The Pope, I'm sure, will be in that hospital right now, concerned and driven to get out there and do what he does, which is, being the Pope.
All right, our chief international correspondent there for us in Rome. Keir, keep us up to date, okay, buddy? Thank you.
Thanks, Keir. Well, now...
Will do, my friend.
Let's turn to a sure sign that summer's right around the corner, right?
Yes.
It's opening day for baseball. We've got Yankee Stadium in New York on your screen right now and Kauffman Stadium in Kansas City. They will be filled with fans in just a few short hours. This year, America's pastime is embracing some new rules, though, guys. So some changes coming, which is kind of cool. NBC's Sam Brock is live in Miami with what to watch for today. Hey, Sam.
Hello, Savannah. Guys, good morning. Obviously, you can feel all of the excitement. All 30 Major League teams are in action today for opening day. It's the first time that's happened in decades, guys. Also, as Savannah mentions, a host of new rules. It's not inside baseball to say they will have a major impact here coming up on these games, whether it's how many runs are scored, how quickly the games are played, and certainly engaging younger fans.
It's the same game that's made it America's pastime, but a brand new playing field for Major League Baseball as teams around the league prep ballparks and players take their cuts in anticipation of opening day. Here in Miami, there's a new skipper in town for an exciting Marlins team that just added a batting champion to their lineup.
In the long game here, obviously you'd like to get out on a good start. When you're in this position in the major leagues, you are expected to try to win every single game.
Elsewhere, the sport is stacked with big-name stars wearing brand new jerseys. Flamethrower Jacob deGrom, no longer a Met, but a Texas Ranger.
They showed a ton of interest right in the start, and the feelings were mutual, and just very happy to be here.
Turner to left field, while World Baseball Classic hero Trey Turner ditched Dodger blue for the fanatical Phillies. And per usual, the spotlight will be bright on the Big Apple. The Mets have paired two future Hall of Fame aces, Justin Verlander and Max Scherzer, pushing their payroll into another stratosphere. And the Yanks, re-signing Ruthian figure Aaron Judge after he broke the American League home run record and tapped Anthony Volpe to be their starting shortstop.
You did it! You did it, guys!
At 21, the youngest player on their opening day roster since Derek Jeter roamed the same position. Manager Aaron Boone informing the stunned New Jersey native as a hidden camera rolled.
Welcome to New York.
But maybe the most exciting development for baseball this year, a bump in the pace of play. For the first time, a pitch clock will be introduced. 15 seconds between pitches when no one's on base and 20 seconds with base runners. It's part of a slew of new rules meant to speed things up and add offense, like eliminating defensive shifts.
I think the idea is to open up some more holes for hitters and to keep the game going a little bit.
The Marlins' John Birdie showing us how it would work during spring training.
You can't cheat the left side of the infield. You've got to stay right here.
Correct. And the second baseman can't give himself some more depth and play in the outfield grass there.
So far, the early returns are strong, with spring training games running 26 minutes shorter than last year and scoring up half a run, with the real test now just hours away.
And overwhelmingly so far, Major League players have been very much behind these new rules. Of course, guys, there is going to be a learning curve. We saw that already in spring training where there were several violations with that pitch clock. per game. By the end of spring training, it was down to just about 1 a game. Okay. The excitement is there. Let's get this thing going. Back to you guys.
We'll get used to. Yeah, exactly. And Sam, as Craig said earlier, you're a good luck charm for everyone. So that's good for your team.
Could be a good year for the Marlins.
I'd like to think so.
Yeah, see what happens.
We'll find out shortly.
All right, Sam, thanks so much. And you can watch the MLB on Peacock. Catch MLB Sunday Leadoff starting April 23rd. The first game of the day, Sundays on Peacock.
Can I just throw something out there? We like to manifest on this show, right? If the Red Sox need someone to throw out a first pitch for any of their games,
you're a volunteer?
I'm volunteer.
Oh, that's definitely coming for you.
Right?
Yeah.
Like that would be pretty awesome.
Dylan Dreyer is
There
going
you
to
go.
Boston.
I bet you will.
I don't think I knew you were from San Diego.
I'm from there, yeah. The Chargers left us, so now we're all got to hang on to our Padres. Yeah, exactly.
I'm watching and loving Tony Gwynn.
I know, right?
It's going to be perhaps a rebuilding year for the Washington Nationals.
You need that every once in a while.
We do. Steven Strasburg, of course, is the most famous Nationals player, but it's going to be a long season.
Well, we've got someone out celebrating opening day too. We've got Al over in Cleveland.
Look, I would have my Yankees hat, but when I'm in Cleveland, Guardians, baby, Guardians. This is Slider. Slider is here. He's hanging out, and you brought me something, Slider. Guardians on the front, but on the back, Roker, Channel 3, yes. I love it. Thank you, Slider. No tongue. No tongue.
I didn't see it coming.
Yikes. Didn't see that coming. Man.
So,
Al, he's gonna have to buy me dinner now.
And maybe breakfast too. Hey, buddy, but you're not just in Cleveland to hook up with Slider. What else? What'd you do last night? What else were you up to?
Oh, were you whistling?
Last night I was at the University of Akron, and I gave a speech to the Delta Gamma Society. Had a good time. Folks were there. Betsy Kling, our senior meteorologist here at WKYC, helped me out by taking questions from the crowd. So it just was really nice, and I had a great time back in northeastern Ohio.
Well, congratulations on the well-deserved award. And congrats on your new friend as well there. And also...
and had a good time here, our friends at Channel 3. Somebody's got to say hi. Come here, Miller. Come on. Adam Miller, our former friend who used to help run, of course, our third hour. And here he is running the whole thing here. So it's good to see you. He's expecting his fourth daughter.
Whoa!
His fourth daughter. That's right. Yeah. Guess what? The control room just said you're going a little gray.
That is.
Well, when you have a fourth daughter on the way, that's going to do it.
Matt Greenfield said that.
Greeny should talk.
Yeah.
Oh, Greeny should talk. There's Greeny.
Talk about inside baseball.
Yes.
This is really got off the rails. Al, thank you, and a big thanks.
And by the way, Dylan, you know what? You could maybe help the Red Sox because it's not looking to be a good year.
Oh. It hasn't even started yet. Come on, Al.
Yeah,
right?
All right, Al.
We gotta
Safe
go.
travels.
We gotta go.
Thanks
Bye-bye.
to WKYC 3 News.
Word on the street.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Can you clip his microphone?
He'll just keep going.
All right. Up next, a new artificial intelligence warning, how criminals can now use technology to steal your voice. How you can spot that new scam. Third hour of today, hopefully, right back after this.
We are back with an important consumer confidential. It's really when you have to see, but also hear, actually. So scammers can now steal more than just your personal information thanks to artificial intelligence. They can actually steal your voice. NBC's Emily Aketa is here with us this morning with this warning. Hey, Emily.
So we're all familiar with the traditional phone scam. You answer the phone and it's a robotic voice saying, okay, you owe the IRS money, or maybe it's your car warranty is up. Telltale signs you should hang up. But what if the voice on the other line sounds like your friend or a loved one? Advancing our artificial intelligence is making scams more convincing, and it has the FTC sounding the alarm. It's a phone call John Bridges will never forget.
I said, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" She goes, "I've had an accident and I need your help."
His daughter panicked and crying before another voice gets on the line.
He goes, "I'm wanting to give your daughter back to you, but I need some cash."
Bridges says he didn't end up giving money to the scammer thanks to his quick-thinking wife, who called their actual daughter to confirm she wasn't being held hostage. But he got close, even grabbing cash from home and driving it to a meetup location.
When I first heard my daughter's voice, I mean, it was my daughter's voice. It convinced me that that was her.
Calls like this have the Federal Trade Commission sounding the alarm this month, warning of advancing artificial intelligence used to simulate someone's voice in imposter scams, the most commonly reported fraud in 2022, with losses jumping to $2.6 billion last year.
It's critical that people are aware this technology is out there and that it's really very good.
Voice cloning isn't a new concept, but it's becoming more accessible, accurate, and easier to use thanks to AI. Cybersecurity expert Tiago Enriquez, who says he's now seeing insurance claims for this kind of fraud, showed us just how easy it is.
We're going to try and find some audio samples of you.
He pulled videos from my social media and uploaded clips to one of a growing number of voice cloning programs.
So it's literally a matter of dragging and dropping audio clips into this program.
That's it.
Then came typing what to say, and with the click of a button,
I already tried to call the bureau. It was weird no one answered.
Sounds pretty good.
But could I fool a colleague with it?
Hello? Are you crazy busy? I forgot my corporate card.
Oh no.
Can I borrow yours real quick? I just need to pay for a few things. I'll get the receipts.
It wasn't perfect. There were delays and some sentences sounded more genuine than others, but
I gotta run out and get my wallet.
It worked.
Thank you so much. Call you in a bit.
My colleague later stunned by the generated audio's accuracy.
So I pride myself on never falling for that stuff.
Well,
it did sound pretty convincing.
Yeah, and we got to give a little
good.
shout out. What a good sport there. Night news producer there, really hanging with us. I appreciate it.
She's like, sure, go ahead and expose me. Well, okay, I mean, look, artificial intelligence is getting pretty scary. There are even some leaders in the industry just writing this letter saying we got to slow down, take this pause for 6 months.
Yeah.
What are some ways that we can stay on guard and not fall victim to some of these things going on?
Yeah, I mean, it's an excellent question. You think about these elevated scams, you need elevated levels of vigilance. So first and foremost, anytime anyone calls you, texts you, emails you, asking for money, you have to make sure that you're immediately skeptical about it. Also, you can't rely on caller ID because that can sometimes be faked or spoofed.
Right.
And then this is really the most important tip here. If you are hesitant, if you're questioning the storyline, hang up on that person and call the person back from the contacts in your phone. That's kind of the best method here.
So fraud in general in 2022, consumers reported $8.8 billion in losses.
Yeah, a lot of
How
money.
much of that is now now happening through this?
Yeah, so, imposter scams, this all falls under the umbrella of imposter scams, and we saw more than a third of that from imposter scams, and that's the most commonly reported fraud in 2022. And so what that essentially is when someone tries to pretend to be someone else, maybe they're pretending to be the IRS or a family member, and they're trying to either get personal information or money. We saw more than 36,000 instances and reports last year of people pretending to be family members or friends. So it's something that is on the rise.
That's where we'll fall, victim very easily.
Exactly. And then when you think about just how convincing it is when it's not a robotic voice, when it really sounds like your family member or friend, that's a whole new level of convincing.
And how easy it was to make your voice also was
and
a
how
matter of
unfortunate
seconds.
there are people that just do this.
Yeah,
abusing it. Makes me upset.
More and more, too. Emily Aketa, thank you very much. Great report.
Thanks, guys.
All right, coming up in today's checklist, we're following your gut, the keys to a healthy digestive system and how it could impact your mood, your sleep, and so much more. And then later, a trendsetter trying to help musicians achieve their dreams, how she's pressing the issue by going back to vinyl. We'll be right back. This morning on today's checklist, we're doing a gut check, literally. Everything you need to know about keeping your digestive system healthy. Dr. Roshini Raj is a gastroenterologist and author of Gut Renovation, Unlock the Age-Defying Power of the Microbiome to Remodel Your Health from the Inside Out. Dr. Raj, good morning.
Good morning, Joe.
So, gut health is something we really overlook, I think, as we just eat food all day long. But why is gut health so important, the microbiome in your system?
Exactly. So we've been hearing so much about gut health these days, and what people are referring to really is the microbiome, this teeming community of bacteria and other organisms that reside in your gut and affect not only your digestion, but your overall health. So it's extremely important to make sure your gut is functioning optimally.
Is it all natural, or are there ways to, make sure you have the right stuff in there?
Well, there are definitely natural ways to get more of the good stuff in there, but there are other supplements and things you can take as well. You just want to make sure you're paying attention to your gut. If you're eating, pay attention to how you feel. Do you experience symptoms after eating? And on the other way out as well, make sure you're taking a look at everything. And
so
make
it's
sure
all connected?
All connected, yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
So, Dr. Raj, what happens if your gut and your microbiome are imbalanced, so to speak?
Right. So, of course, you're going to, experience some things like gas and bloating, perhaps abdominal pain, bowel irregularity. But what's really interesting is a gut imbalance can affect so many other parts of your body. You might notice differences in your mood or concentration. Your immunity, 100% can be affected. There's a very clear connection between the immune system and the gut. Even things like weight gain and metabolism can be affected, and sleep, all of these things can be affected by an imbalanced gut. What throws your gut off balance? Well, first of all, antibiotics are a big killer of good bacteria as well as the bad bacteria you're trying to get rid of. So be very wary about when you take antibiotics. Do you really absolutely need them? And how we're eating. Processed foods, which sadly is part of the standard American diet for many people, that can really wreak havoc on your gut as
Processed foods, always the enemy.
Correct.
Let's talk about prebiotics and probiotics. I think most folks have heard of probiotics.
Yes.
Prebiotics, the term itself was new to me.
Yes, exactly. So prebiotics, this is whatever will foster the growth of your good probiotics.
Okay.
So think of it as like sort of fertilizer for your good bacteria. And then the probiotics, of course, are the actual good bacteria. We have some examples here of foods that contain prebiotics.
So these are foods with prebiotics.
Exactly. Okay. Berries, asparagus, bananas, artichokes, these are all great things. Garlic that serve as prebiotics to foster the growth of probiotics in your gut. These are actually fermented foods that contain probiotics, contain good, healthy bacteria. So sauerkraut, kimchi, and of course, most people know about yogurt. Make sure, though, that the yogurt says it contains active live cultures or probiotics.
And why are these probiotics so essential again?
Because these are the probiotics, the good bacteria that foster a healthy microbiome, and this affects your digestion, but it affects every aspect of your health. Your mood, your development of many chronic diseases, how you gain weight, rheumatoid arthritis, all these different sort of inflammatory conditions we now know are linked to the gut.
And let's talk about when you should kind of think is something else wrong, stomach aches, that type of thing. When's the time to see a doctor?
So we all can, eat something a little off and experience a little pain or a little bowel irregularity. But if these symptoms are lasting more than several hours, even if you took a little over-the-counter medicine, it didn't help. If the pain is very severe, we always ask patients to rate the pain 1 to 10. If it's 7 or higher and it's lasting, that could be a reason to see a doctor about something more serious. Of course, if you're having persistent vomiting or diarrhea, that can lead to dehydration, so you want to get medical attention. And any sign of blood is a sign you want to see a doctor ASAP.
Absolutely. All right, now the question on everyone's mind. Tell us about healthy bowel movements.
The holy grail, the healthy bowel movement. Okay, so I don't want people to get too hung up on, I have to go like clockwork every single day. 1 to 3 days, every 1 to 3 days is fine, especially if that's your regular pattern. But you also want to make sure it's not a struggle, a battle in the bathroom. Things should just come out smoothly, evenly. You're not sitting there for half an hour. And also you want to think about the consistency. Things should not be very hard or rock-like or painful, but formed and soft. And then pay attention to the color. A lot of people don't even look. So I guess one tip is just please look at what's going on down there. And you want to make sure it's not anything red or yellow or pale or green as well.
Definitely. You guys make all the first-time villains ask the question.
No, well, you handled it like a broadcast pro.
That'll be a nice meme.
Good job.
Exactly. It is very important.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So important. Thank you, Dr. Raj. Good to see you.
Welcome.
All right, coming up, what's old is new again. Meet the woman who is trying to shake up the future of the music business by turning back the clock to the vinyl days. And then later, hairstylist to the stars. Chris Appleton is sharing the hot spring trends like the retro bangs look. We'll be right back.
Okay.
I like it. March is Women's History Month, and this morning we are shining a light on a music trailblazer who is shaking up the future of the business by throwing it back to a classic, vinyl.
Vinyl records are so special because to make the choice to own a record, to spend money on it, to pass it down from generation to generation signals that you have some kind of emotional connection with it in a way that you don't with streaming.
Karen Kelleher has always had an ear for music.
My mom loved Broadway musicals. My dad would take me on long car rides and play his favorite classic rock albums. And my sister's a trained opera singer.
Karen also brought a fresh eye to the music industry. After an internship at Paste magazine, Karen got her MBA at Harvard Business School and was eventually recruited to launch Google Music, now known as Google Play.
I was giving a big corporate presentation about the state of the music industry, and I shared that for the average American band to make minimum wage each month, they can either sell 100 vinyl records, have over 250,000 digital streams, or 2.2 million video views. And I know a lot of artists that can sell 100 vinyl records to fans at shows, but very few that can achieve 2.2 million YouTube views on a monthly basis. And that's when I thought, wow, vinyl really is a critical part of this new music economy.
The thought struck a chord with Karen, so she quit her job to figure it out.
The dream I kept coming back to was this vinyl record pressing plant. I started learning about the vinyl process. I learned just how much can go wrong, but also how little innovation had been in the industry since the 1970s. There's a lot of science and engineering goes into it.
Karen set her sights on making the process more accessible and affordable for independent or up-and-coming artists. And with a small business loan, she decided to call her new venture Gold Rush Vinyl.
I was living in San Francisco at the time and was really inspired by the pioneering spirit of that town all the way back to the 1800s. Like, that's musicians today. They are pioneers going across the country in tour vans, chasing gold, so to speak.
Gold Rush Vinyl opened its doors in Austin, Texas in 2018, completely disrupting the record pressing process. Their turnaround is 3 times faster than the industry standard. Plus, there are no minimum order quantities, making it easier for smaller musicians to afford records to sell to fans.
When you think about how vinyl immediately being sold to a fan at a show puts money in the pocket of the artist so that they can get a hotel, get gasoline to drive to the next city, it feels very real in a way that when I worked in digital, I couldn't see how that all connected.
On top of that, Karen and her team found a solution to one of vinyl's biggest problems, sustainability, creating floral bouquets made of scraps that couldn't be recycled. Today, Gold Rush Vinyl is not only facing the music, but meeting the moment.
My fascination with why people have turned back to vinyl keeps coming around to the commemorative nature of a vinyl record. And that led us, in a series of crazy COVID serendipitous things, to have a machine now that can make 24-karat gold and platinum records. About 5 to 10% of all project requests we get are from people that want to make a wedding vinyl or a mixtape for their loved ones. And those are the creative things I get really excited about and that my team luckily come with me on when I have these big ideas, but celebrating those musical moments in your life.
So we have a gold record for ourselves. How cool is this? Karen's team made us a beautiful record of our own. Plus, here are some of the recycled vinyl flower bouquets that they also sell on their website. So you don't have the waste, and you can,
That's cool.
You know, it's really different kind of item to give to somebody who.
That's cool.
Definitely. And to keep on using all the scraps. It's so cool. They look so neat being made.
A return to analog.
I love it.
Yeah. All right. Awesome.
Sounds
Thanks,
better,
Joel. That was great. Just ahead, celebrity hairstylist Chris Appleton is here to show us how easy it is to spring into a whole new look. And then later in Shop All Day, some simple ways to freshen up your home, including the cool pillow to help you get a better night's sleep. We'll be right back.
Well, the weather is trying to warm up, so we are springing into some of the hottest hairstyles for the new season.
That's right. Here to show us how it's done is celebrity hairstylist Chris Appleton.
I'm
Chris,
back.
you are back. Good morning. We're so excited.
Good morning.
I will start this by saying you could do anything you want with my hair. Feel free to whip out scissors.
Really? Do you know how many people say that to me on a regular basis? Whip out the scissors right now.
Don't tempt
it. Let's get into it. We've got some hot looks for spring
bangs.
summer. Everyone always asking me what should I do with my hair. I'm about to tell you each length and each texture what's hot right now. If you're going to do one thing this summer, you want to cut curtain bangs.
Really?
Curtain bangs. You're not sure, but I'm telling you now, curtain bangs change the whole shape
Even
of the
with
face.
short
and
hair?
no commitment.
Because it looks beautiful on long, wavy hair.
I'm going to show you in a second exactly how to style them. These are trending right now. These are Velcro rollers. This is a great way for anyone watching this at home, how to recreate the look. Curtain bangs basically frame the face, but the nice thing about them is they're flexible. You can move them away. If you're going to do curtain bangs, a great way to style it is using a Velcro roller. You literally just want to put it in. The great thing about this is you can put it in, you can go and do your makeup, go look after the kids, go live your best life, take it out, and this is how we style the whole head of hair today. You get this kind of very like Daisy Jones kind of 70s kind of vibe. And the best part about this, I think, with the curtain bangs is even like when you put it up, so you get like kind of like Pammy Anderson from the kind of 90s kind of vibe.
Looks so nice.
If you're going to do one thing, cut curtain bangs. And I think
really?
Let me see what you're
Dylan,
like.
I don't know about curtain bangs.
You know what? You don't need to. I think you should trust the process. I feel like I don't feel like it will look hot. I think it's a sexy new vibe. What do you think?
I love it. I saw you pull a roller out of your pocket. You don't have scissors, right?
I do.
In your pocket.
Come on, let's go on. We've got some more looks.
You might have curtain bangs tomorrow. I don't know.
Wait, let me fix you. You look like you've had a great night. Anyway, moving on.
Oh my God, look at this.
Next look. Pop and lock. This is all about the wet look. I think the wet look is so hot, but no one can ever do it. Everyone's like, how do I make it
I don't
wet?
look like a greasy rat.
Greasy or like a crispy like gel. So people either use gel or they use serum. Honestly, the secret to getting the perfect wet look. Do you want to stand up for us? Just give us like a little tan so you can see it from the back. I mean, it looks super hot and chic. The difference between you looking like you got out the shower or not is using products. So you see this a lot on the runway, and a lot of people are like, I want to create this.
I was just going to ask that.
I use this shellac, which basically is a mixture of oil and gel, so it has a little bit of hold. And honestly, the way I styled it is just put my fingers through it and kept it really natural, kind of low side part.
Starting from dry?
Yeah, and just saturate it. But if you feel it, you feel the hair?
Yeah, it doesn't.
You can feel that there's something in it, it's moisturized, but it's not stiff or sticky, the hair still moves. If it's going to be too stiff, it's never going to work. It's not going to be hot.
What do you do with the sides? Do you like have to really press them down?
If you want to, you can just use, sometimes what I'll do is I'll just use a little clip, just to sort of set it for like 10 minutes, just so it sits into place, or a little bit of hairspray. But the most important part is the base. And then I'll tell you a little tip. I think this is a great takeaway. Everyone, when they pulls their hair away from the face, there's always kind of like your scalp, which is a different color. I usually just kind of fill it out like that.
Wow.
This is great for anyone that's watching that has like thinning hair or doesn't have hair density.
What is that?
It's a root powder that basically just fills it out.
I use that when I'm too lazy to go get my highlights.
Yeah, you can even paint in highlights.
Oh, cool. Do you actually think we could achieve this at home? Or would...
I would like to think you could.
Okay.
In fact,
Just
do you know
not
what?
aware of my skills.
You tell me.
There you go.
I believe you can. That's for you. I want to see you get your hands in there.
Okay, thanks.
I love this short, curly style.
So hot, right? So textured
It's
hair
amazing.
is. A lot of people ask me a lot about textured hair, and they're like, my hair goes very flat. Most people at home that have textured hair, they want to have more curl definition, they want to have more shine and more volume. So this is actually the cut of the summer for textured hair. It's a curly shag. So curly shag is about kind of cutting in the bangs. It's face framing, and then the face framing layers around the front. We actually cut this morning. The hair was very long and flat.
Wow.
And on the top, it was actually quite fine. So it instantly made it look much fuller, much more kind of defined. This was a natural texture, and we just kind of brushed it out. And honestly, with curly hair, the trend is really just kind of go big or go home. Just embrace your natural texture.
Are you loving it?
But the cut is really, really important.
So you just did this morning. How do you feel?
Yeah, I feel great. Wow. Gosh, I
looks
love someone
great.
who's just like,
So
yeah,
if you
cut my
go
hair right now.
to the hair
Fine.
salon, how do you ask for this kind of cut?
The curly shag. So the curly shag. So it's all about the curly shag, that bob kind of length. Honestly, you could even do this on longer hair. Honestly, the first look we did is almost a straight version of this. You can do it on any particular length of hair. You know, you could even get a bit of a curly.
How much
you
of
guys
my
are all
head are you
side
going to
part
take off?
girls. I think we should bring in a bit of a middle part.
Look at how we're leaving your segment, both of us.
I know, everyone's looking a bit rough and ready. Listen, bring texture back. I think that's the main message for this summer. Have fun with your hair.
You think this
and
is
if you're not
sexy?
sure what to do, talk to your stylist and just have a good consultation. It's all about communication. And if you're ever in doubt, just take a picture.
Okay.
Wow, Chris,
great.
thank you so much.
Thank
It
you
was
so
great.
much.
You're welcome.
Thanks. By next week,
Okay.
Dylan.
I know. Who knows? I'm game. Just ahead,
Ready to go.
it's Shop All Day. Spring cleaning isn't just for the house. We are going to show you how to make it easy in your jewelry cabinet, too. We're going to make your jewelry shine when we come right back.
You look hot.
Yeah, it looks great. Oh my gosh, that looks so pretty.
Spring is a great time to refresh your home. So today's episode of our streaming show, Shop All Day, is filled with ways to tidy up and organize. Shop Today editorial director Adriana Brock is back with us. Scan the QR code to see all of these products. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Hi. We love to analyze all the products before we start the segment. And this one, we love. These bottles are so annoying.
This one got you guys talking because we all can relate to having all these great reusable water bottles, but you never know where the lid is. You always put I always put them up high in the shelf because they don't fit in the lower shelves. So this solution from Eucopia is super affordable and makes more use of the vertical space in your cabinets to store all your water bottles nice and neatly, and it fits different sizes. The shelving here is adjustable too. So if you have the bigger sports ones, you can make them bigger. Yeah, it's just like a really easy solution to keep all your water bottles together, and when you have them together, you could see them, you're going to use them. And then another add-on, if you like your cold water, we all know that these bottles usually keep your cold water cold, hot drinks hot, but you want to add some ice into your drink. We have these skinny ice cubes.
Oh, because this
tray.
That's so
cool. Because you can't always fit like a full-size ice cube in here.
Oh, that's nice.
So this is a really nice little add-on for your water bottle collection.
And it's nice and small too, so it's not taking up a lot of room.
Exactly.
Nice in your freezer. All right, what about cleaning our jewelry? This looks cool.
Jewelry. You guys should really clean your jewelry when you're talking about spring cleaning. It has a lot of like dust build up. I mean, we're talking earrings, rings, necklaces, even for the guys, your watches. And so this is an ultrasonic cleaner, super quiet. You fill it up with some water and you just pop in.
It uses really
vibration.
Clean now?
How do we know?
Yeah.
How do it know?
How do it know? It knows.
Can I like throw this in there for the rest of this?
Oh, there's a before and after.
There you go.
Though.
We have a great before and after.
Oh, look at that.
Literally 5 minutes, whether you have diamonds or costume jewelry.
Your husband won't let you.
It's nice and quiet. That's all the work
it's just
for
water
you.
too. That's nice, not some fancy solution.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm actually in the market for a new pillow. What is it that you like about
this? This is a Brock household staple. This is like the pillow I use and sleep on every day. This has a built-in gel cooling pad, so if you're a hot sleeper, this is a game changer. And it's like actually built in, so when you think of a cooling pad, it's not like a freezer pack or anything like that. It literally, the brand says it takes away the heat from your body and cools you. Wow. Yeah, and it's like a cool technology. And
how do it know?
How do it know? And we
can't stop.
And actually, we have a discount from the brand Allswell. They gave us 25% off for our viewers. So if you go on our website, we have all the info on it. Also, a really good one for side sleepers like me.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's got that dense memory foam.
love that.
I mean, this is just like the pillow.
Sweaty sleeper too.
And
so
experts
that's
say you should
good.
change your
all the
pillows
bodily
every
functions today.
Yeah, you should change your pillow every 2 to 3 years.
New girl shared a lot. Shared a lot there.
You guys set me up for the one before.
We did. We did. We didn't want to do it. Okay, what's different about this Lint Fresh?
Okay, so this one's designed for pet hair, which we know gets all over the couches, pillows, even your mattress. Actually, I think we have a before and after or some footage of our staffer Francesca who uses this. She has a golden retriever who's beautiful. We love Stevie, but her hair can get all over the place. Yeah, and what's really cool is that it keeps the hair in a different compartment and it's reusable. And we also have a discount for this one. It's 25% off. So
I like when you come with discounts.
I know. Awesome. Yeah, we like to throw those amazing.
So this is a 4-in-1 handheld vacuum that's specifically designed for your car?
Okay, so this is an awesome car piece to keep in your trunk or your back seat.
Especially if you have kids, probably.
Especially if you have kids. It's great for easy cleanups. Also comes with detailing attachments.
And a light.
And it has a built-in light. Huh. My favorite part, though, is that it has a 14.5-foot cord, so you can use it all over the car.
But it also plugs into the lighter in your car.
Exactly. And here's the cool thing. It turns into an air compressor, too.
That's
so you
great.
hook up the valve to the hose. You know, it does have a digital display right here, so you could set the PSI. Remember to check your car's owner manual, or you could check the tire. It tells you the max PSI per tire. You set it, and it gets to work. So it's a really handy little tool to have in your car.
How much is, what is that?
It's $44.99.
That's not bad, 45.
Yeah, not bad.
You taking it?
Not bad for a multitasker.
He's thinking about it. He's like, can I get away with
It's like
this?
steals and deals. Sometimes it's a deal, sometimes it's a steal.
Or you could just steal it.
Yes, thank you so much.
Check on our rates.
All right, I know, I cannot forget that. Be sure to check out Shop All Day, Stepping into Spring, streaming on Today All Day, and Chassis Post will be here with some spring fashion. We'll be right back. Thank you.
Thank you, Adriana.
Of course. Always a pleasure. Thank you, guys.
So happy to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you all so much.
Hey, Craig, have you heard who's here with us tomorrow?
Who?
Your wife.
Oh, boy.
Zarniak's going to join us as a special guest host.
I will have to be on my best behavior.
Yes, you will.
Do you know who else is here tomorrow?
Who?
A fellow named Chris Pratt, Hollywood superstar.
Jealous.
Super Mario himself.
So cool. And coming up on Hoda and Jenna, the dancing TikTok twins who become viral sensations at 75 years old.
Bye-bye.
Morning out.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Today, dancing kings. Wait until you see the TikTok twins who become viral sensations in their 70s. Plus a performance by Grammy-winning singer-songwriter Lauren Daigle. And one of New Orleans' top chefs, Meg Bickford, whips up a light and tasty spring supper.
So get up. It's Today with Hoda and Jenna. It all starts right now. So get
everybody. Thursday, March the 30th. So nice to see you.
I know, we're so happy y'all are here wearing our Easter suits.
We got lemon and we got lime.
Feels like we should go on in a parade or something.
I like it. I like your suit. It's beautiful.
I like your suit, and you know what?
This was a Tuesday.
That was one of your Tuesday suits.
It was. I think it may have been my very first Tuesday suit. Anyway.
You know what? It's so sentimental.
All right, today is significant for many reasons, but when I think about it, it's so funny because when I learned about what this day was, I actually thought about you.
You did?
Yes, because you always talk about how this particular day is very meaningful.
Yeah, today is the opening day of Major League Baseball.
Yes!
Oh, I love it. We're at the stadium. And by the way, we have some baseball stadium food.
Oh, I love it. Okay,
hot
so
dog,
when you get a hot dog at
beer,
the baseball stadium, what do you put on it?
Mustard.
That's it?
Maybe a little ketchup or relish if they have it.
I like it loaded.
What do you put?
I put it all. I do ketchup, mustard, onions, relish,
Whoa.
the whole nine.
Wow.
And when you hold it, it's like the hot dog is just the carrier for all that. And it's so good. Each bite.
Ooh, I love it.
All right, but this is important to you, not because of the food. But
No, I know. I grew up, my dad worked in baseball, which was so much fun. And I grew up going to baseball games with him. I actually texted him this morning, happy opening day. And he's like, I got to take Mila to watch the Rangers, which was like this incredible moment for me because I was her age.
When you went.
When
so
I
what
would
did it
go.
mean to you to be.
We went to 73 games a year.
Wait, what?
It was so much part of my DNA that it's weird to even think about it. My parents took us every time they went, like we didn't have babysitters.
Right.
We just went
with
along.
them.
And there was this one Memorial Day that I'll never forget. It was so hot in Texas.
Yep.
And it was, Monday we were off school and my mom was like, I just can't do it. It was like 103. She's like, I can't go. Barbara was like, I can't do it either. And so it was just my dad and me. And he looked up and I had gone up to the bathroom by myself. I'd covered myself in wet paper towels. And I was walking down, but it just brings, so many families love baseball.
What was the love about? Was it the game? The game is part of it, obviously, but what was it? Like, what you love about it?
It was the game, but it was also that they brought us.
Yes.
Like, we were along for the ride.
Yes.
And I just, I think back to those players. I got to be there when Nolan Ryan had one of his no-hitters. So I wrote my dad today and I said, "Are you going to opening day?" He said, "Yeah, Nolan Ryan and I will both be there, but neither one of us are throwing out the first pitch." And it just we went to Julio Franco's wedding.
Oh my gosh.
We went to Pudge Rodrigo's wedding.
Oh my God.
We were Rodriguez's wedding. Yeah, we were it was part of our.
But I think you underscored probably one of the most important points, which is sometimes when grown-ups want to go do something, they say, you know what, let's leave the kids.
Yes.
Because they'll be complaining about it's hot and they just go to the bathroom. But instead, right now, at your age, at this age, you are remembering it like it was yesterday.
I went, and I was in first and grade when it started.
Yeah.
So I was 7, 8, 9,
oh my gosh.
10, probably the most painful years because I was terribly irritating.
Yeah.
And they brought us along. And I just think even now I'm like, wow, we should take our kids to all those moments.
Yes, yes.
And I couldn't fall asleep when I went to camp as a little girl without listening to the Rangers game on my Walkman because I missed my parents so much.
Oh my God, that makes me want to cry.
What is wrong with us?
Oh my, by the way, that is so beautiful. That is so beautiful.
Didn't you play softball? Y'all, that is mean. It makes me look like I'm cruel.
Well, wait, I played for the Schaefer Florist Foals. That was my H necklace. Now I wear an M. Now then I had an H.
Wait, that's so weird that you had an H necklace back there. Your style has not changed except for totally.
By the way, I loved softball. I had never played it before, and I didn't think I could do it because I just didn't think I had the...
hand-eye.
Hand-eye. So what happened was, I'll never forget it, I was playing this position called rover, which is behind second and in front of the outfield, like in the middle.
Is that basically shortstop?
No. It's behind second, but you're not way outfield. They let you play whatever that position was in the middle.
Okay.
So I was playing that position, and I still remember someone hit it to me, and I had never done it. And I was like, oh my God, oh my God. I stuck my glove out, and I'm not kidding, the ball fell in it. And I looked at it, and from that moment on, the coach was like, "You're good." I wasn't, but he told me I was.
And you believed it.
And I believed it. So they were like, "Oh, I hope they hit it to you." They called me Hody. "Hope they hit it to Hody." I was like, "What?" But sometimes when you do something right, yes, I got better because I was like, I can do it. And I had a couple of other lucky,
Was that in high school?
No, no. No, that was before. That was like
I
seventh
played
grade.
in high school for a brief period, but I was terrible. And my dad would come to the games and sort of just heckle me. Like, he'd be like, here she strikes out again. And the coach, Coach Sanders, he believed in me, but he would take me out and be like, I actually believe you can be good.
do it.
And I just never was.
Okay, we have to get to something that's incredibly important.
Yes.
It is on our table, and I just want really to dive deep into this because you have your April pick, and you're picking it
in March.
In March, and there's a reason.
Yes.
Yeah.
There is a reason. Okay, we drum roll, although we can.
Yeah, we know we love a drum roll. I love your picks.
We want a drum roll. Okay, the new April pick, Read with Jenna book is Camp Zero. It's a debut by Michelle Min Sterling. And the reason why we're announcing it early, we listened to y'all readers. People said, hey, we want to pre-order this. We want to read with you, and we want to get it the day that it comes out. So now you have a week to order it.
To order it. Because what happens is you announce it on whatever
the day it comes out.
And then they have to wait for Amazon or go to the bookstore or whatever.
So now you can order it from your indie bookstore, from wherever. I'll tell you all about it. It's about a woman named Rose, okay? This takes place in the future, which I'm normally not into speculative fiction. Yeah. But this is so grounded in relationships. And she's doing whatever she can for her mother, okay? So she goes and she's kind of a spy in this camp. You don't know what's happening. And she has this group of women that she surrounds herself with. And basically they team up to solve whatever's happening in this camp, to solve this mystery. And they will stop at nothing to change the world. I was obsessed with the female power part of it, but also it's all about the power of community. And when you think about it, that's the most important thing we have.
I mean, everyone wants a page turner. We like concepts and we like all that stuff, but
I
we
read
need a
it
page
basically
turner.
in a single setting.
And what about your sister? Did she
And my
read it?
sissy read it too and loved it. But she's like, please tell me that this isn't going to happen to the fisherman. I'm like, it might. Anyway, it's so good. She will be, by the way, Michelle's going to be here next Tuesday.
Okay, good.
She's going to be signing books right here at McNally Jackson Bookstore across the plaza. So come, meet her. She's lovely. She's going to be a huge star. And the book is available to pre-order today. You can head to that QR code, headtoday.com/readwithjenna.
Camp Zero. All right, coming up next, how do you really feel about spring cleaning?
Hoda and I hash it all out in the great debate. Are you ready?
Ready.
Okay, coming up.
Very busy, very busy. It has been a while since Jen and I had a chance to hash out our differences, so we're going to fire up another installment of a segment we like to call The Great Debate.
Okay, our director, Lee, is going to give us each a topic, and then we'll have 20 seconds to make our case. I've been studying the Gwyneth Paltrow trial to really get into this. And then and then we hit our bells. But we have our judges, Gavin, Rainey, and Ben. They are standing by, and they're going to each pick a winner at the end of each round.
All right, we ready?
All right, good morning, ladies. Your first topic is spring versus fall. Jenna, you're up first. Go.
Okay, I choose fall. You want to know why? Why? Summer's over. Back to school feeling. Who doesn't love a new binder, the smell of a pen or a pencil? Who doesn't love the leaves changing? It's magical. Red, orange, yellow. Who doesn't love the cooler nights, but still warm enough to hang out and look at the stars? I love it. Do you?
Oh, good one. Okay, I'll give you that. I'll give you
Good
that.
luck following that. Hoda, your 20 seconds begins now.
I like beginnings. I like the start of something new, something fresh. The dead of winter, the freezing cold. Thaw it out. Warm it up. You know when your face is in the sun? Do you feel it? Oh my gosh, a cherry blossom. How lovely. Hey, you know what I also like? Something to look forward to. Guess what's ahead? Summer. Wait, what? I get spring and then I get summer? Are you kidding me? The two greatest seasons. All right.
Oh.
All right, let's do it, people.
Okay.
It should not be so hard.
Who won?
Yeah! Sweep.
The
smell of a binder? Yeah, I think you lost him on the Trapper Keeper.
I love the Trapper Keeper.
All right.
But you know what? Actually, if I was a judge, I would have voted for you too.
Okay, next.
All right, Lee.
All right, your next topic is having a beach picnic versus having a park picnic. Hoda, the floor is yours.
I go with beach, and I'll tell you why. You know why? Because you're going to be out at the beach all day long. So what you do is you get one of those really cheap tents from Target that you can set up, and the kids are out playing, and then you say, hey, kids, lunchtime, and everyone goes in the cutest little tent. They think it's like a fort. They're having their meal. They're enjoying it. When it's done, bye. Oh, no ants. Boom!
All right.
Turn.
Jenna, your 20 seconds starts now.
Okay, I'm going to tell you something right now. Has anybody ever dropped a peanut butter and jelly sandwich in the sand? Guess what that does to your teeth? It hurts. Guess what else happens? Your kids, I don't want to eat this. But guess what happens? It's all you got. So then you're screwed. But now go to the grass. It's beautiful and lovely. You don't need a tent from Target, baby.
All right, judges.
It's a sweep!
All right.
You know what? You took that one for the team.
No, I actually believe in the beach.
Well, I love a beach, but not for a picnic because
all right.
I do it.
Okay, we're still debating.
Okay.
All right, we're all tied up now. The last topic, spring cleaning. Jenna, you're up.
Baby, I am pro spring cleaning. You want to know why? You've been locked indoors all winter long. Things are dusty and musty and crusty. Your kids have clothes that need to be thrown away or taken to the Goodwill. You open your windows, you put your hair back, you spray everything down, you clean out, you feel organized. You're ready for summer. Yeah, baby.
That was pretty epic. Okay.
All right, Hoda, here we go. Your 20 seconds.
You're
begins
remember,
now.
you're anti-cleaning.
No, I'm anti-spring cleaning.
Okay,
I'm anti-spring cleaning. I'll tell you why. Cleaning is a beautiful thing to do winter, spring, summer, fall. Wait, it's winter? I have an idea, kids. Let's get rid of some of the clothes that don't fit. Let's open the windows, feel it. Summer, fall, all of them. Why wait till spring? Piles of stuff all on top of you. I'm drowning. No, clean year-round.
You did not clean year-round.
For the win.
Oh!
Jenna.
Was it the musty, crusty, and dusty?
You know what?
Dusty,
Once
musty,
you
and
hit that
crusty.
one, I was pretty sure I was
The
toast.
musty, crusty, and dusty was. I don't know where that
it was
came
good.
from.
Good
Thank
one,
you,
baby.
guys.
All right, coming up next, guys, the North Carolina twin brothers who are spreading smiles all across the internet.
They have become TikTok sensations at 75 years old. Y'all are going to see why. You are not going to want to miss this. Coming up.
Coming up tomorrow.
Emmy winner Kira Sedgwick on why she's the boss of husband Kevin Bacon.
Plus beauty gadgets to take your skincare routine to the next level.
And Donna's big surprise for students making strides in Philly.
That's all Friday on Hoda and Jenna. Who's ready? It's time for our next fave follows because we are loving the twin brothers who are making people smile with their dance moves all over social media.
Okay, you guys are gonna love them too. Dwayne and Wayne Hainline, they have always loved to entertain, and we are going to meet the brothers in a moment. They're right here, but first, take a quick look at their story.
I'm Wayne and you're Dwayne. No, I'm Wayne and you're Dwayne. We're the Hainline twins from TikTok.
There's a lot more than meets the eye when it comes to the 75-year-old Hainline twins. They're dump truck drivers, they're U.S. Army veterans,
Left, right.
and they're also viral TikTok stars.
My daughter Julie asked me to do some TikTok videos with her, and I said, what is TikTok? What do you mean?
We put him in one of my videos and it instantly went viral. Everybody was like, bring your dad back. Your dad needs to have his own account. So fast forward, we got Uncle Dwayne on board.
But you got dragged. Yeah, we sure pulled him in here.
Their videos have exploded. The Hainline twins have over 1.5 million followers and hundreds of millions of views across their videos.
I may be on TikTok for an hour looking for trends or looking for something someone's done that's easy to do that we could do. Boy, some of those people, they can do stuff we could never jump up and down, flip and turn us. We can't do them.
But for Wayne and Dwayne, this is much more than just social fame.
We must be doing something right. The joy that we bring people. I love you guys. I mean, just this comment after comment after comment. I'm still scratching my head trying to figure out, you know, what this is all about.
Slide to the right.
Some of their biggest fans are their brother's own family.
They've taught me how to be a great human being, and then they're showing that on TikTok.
No matter how old you are, that you can still have fun, just to choose kindness.
They just have a love for people. In any way that they can share that love to others, they do it.
Wayne and Dwayne have been doing life together since the day they were born, on November 4th, 1947.
Wayne has always been my best friend, no doubt. We do sometimes you just finish each other's sentence, you know, and you're like, Ben. Oh, really?
And this isn't their first foray into the spotlight. When they were in their teens, they started a band called the Ardells and recorded a single called Drag Race.
We decided we were going to play rock and roll. In 1963, we cut a record. The Dixie Cups from New York came down. They did Chapel of Love, Going to the Chapel, and we got to be the actual band for 5 shows with them.
Now, 60 years later, this dynamic duo is still finding ways to entertain a brand new generation of people.
My youngest son, he says, Dad, ever since you've been a kid, you've been a showman, so this is just your old showman age state of life. Instead of being 16, we're 75. Okay, that's an antique comedian. That's what we are. And all the comments that we get from stuff that we do indicate that we're helping people. It inspires me to be able to do stuff for people that will lift them up.
Oh my gosh, and we're so happy because the Hainline twins, Dwayne and Wayne, are here. Y'all, what has having a twin meant for your life? I know it's meant everything for mine.
You always got a buddy. No, I have a friend, got your back. It's great. It's great.
I mean, being TikTok stars, y'all, at age 75, I mean, this is something. What does it feel like when people do come up to you and say, you know what, I was having the worst day. I clicked on your video and wow.
We get that a lot in comments and people live also. A lady came up to us once and was Dollar General and said, you know, don't quit what you're doing because God is using you. I had breast cancer and I watched your video clips while recovering from that, and she said it just brought me through a great time. So it was,
Wayne, when you hear that,
yep, it just it's worth everything. You know, that's what it's all about. Sharing
payday.
Yeah, that's payday, and sharing your love that Christ gives you, sharing that love with everybody else, you know.
Y'all are musicians from the start, though. I mean,
Yes,
you sang, you have your record, you know the Dixie Cups. Like, this is very, very cool. Do you like getting that musical part back out there for the world to see?
Yes, it's self-fulfilling also, you know.
We really haven't pushed our music too much. We've got some stuff that we really want to get out there. So
okay, wait,
it's
when
going to be
y'all
fun.
perform your new album, will y'all come here? Can we do the international twin symbol? 1,
Lock it up.
Jenna made that up.
I made it up.
Yeah.
All right.
Right.
Well,
All right.
is it okay for
Can you
y'all to
show
show
us?
us some of your moves?
Why don't you do the moves?
Well,
watch
sure,
first.
okay.
Okay.
Oh, boy, this is going to be wonderful here now. Maestro.
Music, please.
Oh, we're doing that good. Hey, I can't believe that we have to do this by ourselves. Y'all need to come up here and help us out.
We'll join you.
You'll be right here.
Okay.
for me.
Tell us how we do it.
Okay.
Right here?
So
Okay.
the first thing you do, when you hear the music, it goes, hey, it's this right foot, right,
Left,
yep,
right, left.
okay, and then turn. Nobody's going to slow me down. Nobody's going to. All right, here we go. Now we're going to move forward with the right foot. Right foot back.
Oh, no.
Right.
Left, skip,
right.
right, skip, left.
We did
How we do?
great. I like the
Y'all are amazing. Thank you for that.
y'all.
Thank you for lighting up the world.
You know what? Twins are the best.
Twins rock.
Yep.
Identical twins, too.
The platform that we are just tickled about is Matthew 5:16, where the Lord said, "Trust." He said, "Help me, brother." Okay. Matthew 5. Let your light. Yeah. Let your light so shine before men that they might see your good works and glorify your Father which is in heaven. That's what all this is about.
Thank you for leaving that with us. Dwayne and Wayne, we have to tell y'all are now officially added to our fave follows list.
Top of the heap right
we
there.
love y'all.
All right, bro.
Coming up next, one of our faves in New Orleans, Meg Bickford from the legendary Commander's Palace, is going to cook for us. Coming up right after.
Oh my gosh, y'all are the best. Thank you.
All right, it's time to get cooking with one of the best chefs in the entire country, our friend Meg Bickford from Commander's Palace in New Orleans. It is an institution there. So get this, in its 128 years, Chef Meg is the first female to call all the shots.
130 years.
130? We lost 2 years.
How could we cut off 2 years? This year we're celebrating our 130th anniversary.
Go, Meg.
And you know, it's
I know,
also
it's
one
exciting.
of Hoda's favorite restaurants in the world.
It's always my go-to.
We got to hang out with Meg last year in New Orleans, which we loved, and now she's come to make us a simple, lovely spring supper.
Awesome, awesome dish for spring. We're obviously very ready
we're
for
ready.
spring.
We're feeling it.
Yes. So it's a little chilly outside, but in New Orleans it's hot.
Yes.
So I brought some heat. All right.
Okay.
So we've got red onion here. We're gonna.
Oh, you do the whole thing?
I have never seen that.
With
Me
the
neither.
skin on, everything. We're gonna make a red onion agrido. So salt, pepper, skin on. This is kind of like a sweet and sour.
Oh, so it's a sauce.
Yes. So we're gonna sear these red onions.
Have you
in
ever
oil.
seen anyone
Yep,
sear an
nice
entire
and
onion?
charred.
Okay.
So we want to get like good char on that, real dark color.
Yeah.
Can I ask you something that may be silly? Do you turn it over and get this side too, or just one side?
You can do both sides,
Okay.
but what I like to do is sear it really, really hard and then pop this whole thing into the oven.
The oven, okay.
Until the onion gets super, super
Ooh, look
soft
what
on
it-
the
Yeah,
inside.
you can see what it
So
looks like.
Comes out of the
Gorgeous.
oven, peel a little bit of that skin away, but you can throw the whole thing into the blender. This is some ponzu.
I love ponzu. That's my go-to.
She really does.
At Commanders, we make our own ponzu, but you can
course you
easily
do.
buy a really, really good one at the grocery store. Again, a little bit of salt and pepper in here. And we don't need this noise, but everybody pretend we're
Yes.
gonna blitz that up really smooth and make a nice vinaigrette out of that.
What does it look like? That?
So exactly. So it's a good consistency.
How gorgeous.
From there, we've got our watermelon. We're just going to remove some of the rind here. If you guys
you're
can
calling
see.
summer. I love it.
Yes.
Yes,
so
you do.
then from here, if you guys see our tuna loins right here, we kind of want to cut the watermelon into a similar size to kind of match up with that tuna.
Look at that.
Right?
Look what she's doing.
So from here,
Oh, I see.
like that, okay?
Okay.
And when you buy the tuna, do you ask for just like a tuna fillet?
Yeah,
basically?
absolutely. Yes.
Okay.
When you go to the grocery store or your favorite butcher, literally just tell them you want fresh tuna. Obviously, Gulf tuna is our favorite. We've got bluefin and yellowtail tuna right out of the Gulf of Mexico, and now is the perfect time for it.
In season.
Exactly right. So then here we've got some couscous. This you can use barley, you can use farro, you can use quinoa,
Doesn't
whatever
matter.
your favorite is.
Grain.
I really like this Israeli couscous. And we've got a pesto right
Okay,
here.
I'm already into every single ingredient.
This really is
There's
our
not, like-
perfect.
yes.
It's really fun. I mean, we've got great umami flavors coming from the ponzu and the onion, our fresh watermelon, our herbaceous pesto, which at Commander's we make ours with Louisiana pecan, so it adds a really nice buttery bitteriness. It's
Yes.
We got to
fabulous.
get to Commanders.
Yes, we will.
I know.
as
I'm
possible.
excited. Very soon.
We'll
Yes.
let you know when.
Yeah.
All right. So we're just gonna mix this together, right?
Yeah.
Pretty.
So, and this you
It's a
can do
gorgeous
ahead of
dish.
time. Whatever's left over becomes lunch the
Now,
next day.
I'd imagine
right?
that searing this tuna takes like 1 second.
seconds.
Exactly. So we're gonna do that quick. I'm sorry. I'm gonna
And
reach
do you
that.
do?
Okay.
And you put any oil or anything on the?
Just a little
tiny
bit.
bit?
Sorry.
Oh, that's all right.
So we're gonna grab just
Okay.
a little bit of oil. Okay.
Just on top.
I'll help you.
Yep. Thank
Okay.
you.
Salt, pepper.
Yep. Salt, pepper.
Okay.
Pop that baby on.
Yep. So we're gonna
Oh, you rub it in.
do that, and then we are gonna.
Oh, and then you do the other side too.
Exactly. So you want to make sure that your pan is hot already. Exactly.
Salt
so you
and
can
pepper,
feel
and
it.
then that side goes down.
And
So
then
you
we're
can
gonna salt and pepper
the top.
again. Yep.
Okay.
Exactly right.
So you're talking just a couple minutes, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Chef Meg?
we're already seeing that white,
Yeah.
so we're already seeing
All right.
it start to cook.
Can we plate
That
this
is
beautiful meal?
And
Yeah.
we'll
Here you
eat
go.
this. Oh, you know what? Thanks for sharing.
Okay.
So from here,
Yep.
we've got our tuna and our watermelon.
Watch how she's gonna
So
do
I'm
it.
gonna
Look what's
slice
happening.
this watermelon into planks, just like this.
Just like the tuna.
Exactly. Then I'm gonna come and slice my tuna.
Oh my gosh, this is amazing.
And that spring on a plate.
It's a really lovely meal. I feel like if you hosted a dinner party and served this, people would think you were a chef.
A little impressed, huh? So we're gonna shingle our tuna
how she did that.
and our watermelon. So super simple, but really nice presentation here. Again,
And this?
this is great flavors.
The onion, oh my gosh.
The onion makes it with
No,
the
I
pesto.
can't. I can't.
Oh, who knew they'd go so well together? Okay.
Isn't that a fun combination?
Meg knew it. Meg, this is so beautiful. Thank you.
Meg,
you.
All right, guys.
Look how
a little
look at
feta
that.
on
Look what just
top.
happened there. Look at that.
Just
look at the
eating.
presentation of that.
Meg, thank you. This is gorgeous.
We
and
love
y'all
you.
Pleasure.
Get to New Orleans, get to Commanders for sure.
Please come see us.
130 years old. Let's
Yep,
celebrate.
Let's celebrate.
I mean,
All right.
how much fun. To get this recipe, go to today.com/food.
Coming up next, it's time to trade in those winter jackets for a stylish spring coat. We're going to show you some of the hottest trends right after this. This is so insane. I can't. right, today we're kicking off a new series. It's called Dear Chassis with Shop All Day contributor, our pal Chassis Post. Viewers have been asking Chassis their spring fashion questions, and now she is here to deliver.
I know, and by the way, we're always asking you our questions.
Right.
So she's also stepping into spring. It's the theme of the latest episode of today's streaming show, Shop All Day. So all you have to do is scan that QR code and you can shop along with us. Okay, Chassis, the first question.
Dear Chassis, what's trending for spring coats?
Ooh.
That's what they're asking.
Right?
Everyone wants to know.
Well, that's because spring can be tricky, right, with that transitional weather, but we've got two really fabulous options, starting with the trench. I mean, hot this season, but I got to say,
Classic.
this is a classic instant outfit maker. You could wear this over pajamas and look chic.
Right.
And we got three awesome options. This first one from Amazon, $64.
Wow.
It's practically perfect.
By the way, it feels good.
Right? Double-breasted, all the bells and whistles. Great knee length and the belting. Here we've got a little crop version, sort of sassy, and you don't have to buckle that belt. Just, tie it. This one's from Uniqlo. And here is the trench that all the influencers are wearing, kind of like the robe,
So
the
it's
maxi
drapey,
flowy
yeah.
trench. Yep. So this is around $45 from Zara, and you can tie it in front like a robe, or you can open it up
I think
and
that'd
just
be wear good it on around you, town. Hoda. It's very
So
pretty.
good.
I like okay, the next code is
second
this one.
big coat. All right, it is the leather moto, right?
Hi, Alexa.
Beautiful Alexa model is showing us how to do it because the big trend now is colored leather. So I love this pop of color. And I mean, so many great colors. You can go white faux leather, the gray, this little periwinkle.
I love it.
These start at just $41 from Levi's. So
Levi's.
really
Oh,
great.
awesome. It's gonna be good.
All right, should we get to the next question? It says, Dear Chassis, what color is popular for spring?
Well, guess what, Jenna? You're wearing one of the top
green
colors. Yes, the
Love
Kelly
it.
green. You're going to see tons of hot pinks and lavenders.
Okay.
Lots of ways to do. If you're not going to do head to toe, you can break it up with separates or even add a print. These two tops are incredible. They're from the Scoop for Walmart collection with Brandon Maxwell, celebrity fashion designer. He's the creative director.
big, yeah.
So, I mean, incredible, right? So under 30, he knows how to do color.
Yeah.
Guys, I cannot get over these little kitten
gosh,
heel
cute.
mules and flats. They're $53. I think they look like $553.
Look how cute the flats
And all
are.
the colors,
They're
right? And our
really
it colors.
cute.
And of course, I mean, I gotta say, the workhorse of any accessory pull is the crossbody, right? So in our great bright green and the lavender, you can't go wrong.
We have another very important question,
Oh,
Chassis.
yes.
It says this, I'm 54 and I want to look more put together. What advice do you have?
I'm always looking for a uniform fashion no-brainers.
Pat is gorgeous, by the way.
Stunning Pat,
Yes.
right, is showing us that the classics really are great for any age, 54 to 104 to 24, right?
Right.
So here she's got the OG of classic navy blazer. This one is so
Love it.
good. It looks like a $2,000 blazer from a high-end designer I know, $65, and
Wow.
it's got a great nipped-in waist. The gold buttons are key.
Yeah, love it.
And it's got a little, what do you call it, tailoring right
Yeah.
here. Also, another nod to the French girl chic is the Breton stripe long sleeve tee. This is around $25. And last but not least, look at these ballet flats.
Wow. These
are cute.
Always a classic, tried and true. And it's a rainbow of colors.
They're
These
so cute.
Highest quality for $26 that I have seen out there.
Wow.
And Pat's wearing, the gold. It's like the new neutral. So if you got to start
Pat,
somewhere.
you look so cute.
Doesn't she look gorgeous?
Thank you,
Thanks,
Chassis. Really
we
great
really
one.
appreciate.
Okay, you can check out all of these looks at today.com/shop all day. And be sure to check out Shop All Day, Stepping into Spring. It's streaming today on Today All Day.
Coming up next, we're so excited. A brand new song from Grammy winner Lauren Daigle.
We're waiting.
We've been waiting all morning for this. Coming up right after the break.
The City Music Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
All right, Lauren Daigle first performed for us on our show back in 2016, and since then, we're proud to say this vocal powerhouse has won all kinds of awards, including 2 Grammys.
I mean, we were cheering for you. Her songs have been streamed more than 1 billion times. And now Lauren is releasing her 3rd album, which is self-titled, just ahead of her upcoming tour. We're so happy you're here.
Oh, I'm so glad to be here.
How does it feel to be, this is the first time you've performed this particular record live.
Yes.
What is it? It's like, must be like birthing a baby. It's like, and here it is.
People always say, what's your favorite song? I'm like, you can't pick between
Yes,
children. You can't.
yes.
It's so much fun to be here and to have the Today Show like showcase these songs. And Waiting just came out, which is that's kind of special.
Oh, it's
we saved it for
really
y'all.
special.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and by the way, you're going on tour.
Yes.
What do you think that's going to feel like to be back out on the road?
I can't wait. And to be doing these songs in particular.
Yeah.
It's going to be really fun. It's called the Kaleidoscope Tour because I love color. I love color. When I was a little kid, I would always play with kaleidoscopes that my Aunt Tracy had. And so we named the tour the Kaleidoscope Tour.
Is this, because all your outfit choices are so cool, and I wondered, is that all because of that? Because
Oh,
of your,
yeah, absolutely. I grew up in Louisiana. I love color. We have such a vibrant culture down there.
yes.
And so because of it, I was like, I kind of want to incorporate more colors. I didn't know there's this thing called dopamine dressing.
No, what is dopamine dressing? Are we
Y'all are
We're
doing
in it.
it.
We're
You're
in it.
All right, you ready to
more
sing for
color, the
us?
better.
Okay, you're going to sing Waiting for us, right?
Yeah,
Take it away, Lauren.
The right one's gonna come along someday.
with you.
That was awesome.
You guys, thank you so much.
And y'all,
Wow.
Lauren's self-titled album is out May 12th, and her Kaleidoscope tour, it kicks off in September.
You're going to be everywhere?
Everywhere.
You coming back here? Are you coming here?
Oh, yeah, New York?
Yeah. Okay, good.
We'll be there. Today Show. We'll be back right after this.
That was
Great show today. Coming up tomorrow, guys, the lovely Kira Sedgwick's going to stop by.
We love her. Plus, Donna is going to surprise some Philly students who are making big strides.
And we've got your weekend watch list. We got movies, we got TV shows you need
All
to
the
see.
good stuff. And the best news is, guys, it's Thursday, which means tomorrow is Friday.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
To have you along with us.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
This was our biggest problem on the show, backwards walking. Jenna?
Yes?
It's Jerry.
Oh, Jerry, hi.
Hi. Remember we said we were going to have coffee today?
Oh, gosh, am I late?
What do you think?
Okay, I'm on my way right now.
Oh.
Sorry, I'm late. I'll be right there.
Fantastic.
Oh, looky who's here.
Hey.
Hi.
How are you?
How are you? Don't hit your head. Mwah.
Nice to see you.
Thank you for meeting me for a little coffee.
You're really overdressed for just coffee.
Well, you know what? I
look
came
very
straight
elegant.
from the show.
Oh.
But also, I knew there'd be pickles involved. Hi.
Okay.
Sure, I'd love a coffee.
Me too. I love a coffee.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank
you. You
So, have you had a coffee already this morning?
I've had 3 coffees. How many have you had?
I've had 1 espresso. Every day starts with espresso.
But it didn't always used to.
It didn't always. For years, I used to do jokes about I thought coffee people were so weird. What is this drink you have to drink? Why? I can't talk until I've had my coffee. Why? Because I just got up. Yeah? I feel tired when I get up. Yeah, we all do.
So, okay, you didn't drink coffee, and yet you pitched a show.
I was drinking it at that point. That's where I got the idea for the show. I went, this is a fantastic drink. it gets people so chatty. This is great.
Now, there's something that must be open-minded about you, because to go from a no coffee person to a coffee person takes, I feel like most people stick in one lane.
Yeah, I think I am pretty open-minded. I have done a lot of very weird, different things. I have explored a lot of avenues in my journey to perfect the human system.
And have you perfected it?
Pretty close.
You look perfect. You look great.
No, I feel like I'm 68. And I feel pretty good.
To celebrate the 10th anniversary of Jerry Seinfeld's hit show, Comedians in Cars Getting Coffee, he's releasing the Comedians in Cars Getting Coffee book, which takes readers behind the scenes of some of the most iconic episodes.
Let's talk about this show and this book. I heard that the most nervous you were, which kind of makes sense, was when you went to interview President Obama at the White House.
Right.
Your producer said you were a little scared.
Yeah. Well, I felt like I was kind of representing every comedian that ever lived.
Yes.
And I was getting to do something that no comedian has ever done, which is do a little funny bit in the Oval Office.
Yes.
Which I don't think anyone's ever done.
Did Dana Carvey never do that?
Not in the real Oval Office.
Yes.
I don't think so. But it was a bit. Knocking on the window.
Yes.
And sitting on the chair.
And I heard that the Secret Service were the ones that told you to go knock on the window. I mean, you were behind the bushes and knocked on the window.
No, I knew I was going to knock on the window. I had asked them.
Is that
okay?
They
said, could I do, I asked, I don't remember whose idea it was, but they said, yeah, you could do that. Which I couldn't believe they were going to let me do that.
Thank you.
And I thought, this is a great opportunity in the history of comedy, to knock on the window of the Oval Office while the president's working.
Thank you. And also, there's lots of Secret Service that are hanging out there.
Yeah.
So it was a kind of a risk to your to your safety. Right?
Why would I be scared?
Well, what
of
if
them?
one Secret Service man didn't know that Jerry Seinfeld was popping up behind the bushes knocking?
I trust the Secret Service.
This show, is you said, is kind of like a Valentine.
Yes.
Like a funny Valentine to comedians.
Yes.
Why?
Let me tell you what it's like to be a comedian.
Okay.
It's the greatest life if you can manage it.
Yes.
So the hard part is the comedian part.
Yes.
Making people laugh every night is hard. But if you have that, if you can do that, the rest of your life, you're with comedians.
Yes.
And this becomes a gigantic component of your life and is equally as enjoyable. So I wanted people to see this other side. I would say my life is 25% doing comedy, 75% hanging out with comedians.
Hanging out with funny people.
Yes.
So you're constantly laughing.
Yes.
But I guess what surprises me about the show is that it is hilarious, which people would expect, but it's also kind of human and lovely and touching. There were moments where you want to kind of tear up, and I guess y'all are people, but that part surprised me.
Well, we are people, but we're not normal people. We're all, and what I have found is the gene is kind of the same, but it gets implanted in all these different types of people. But the essential gene, the comedy gene, is the same. And so it became a study of that, or kind of an exploration of that. Look at all these different people that are all very different, and they all have this little thing.
Yeah.
This little, I don't want to call it a defect, but let's call it an aspect.
An aspect of their personality.
Yeah.
Do you remember when you knew you had that?
I didn't. That I thought I was funny, you mean?
You knew you were funny. Because you're not just that you thought you were funny.
Well, I thought everyone was funny.
As a little kid.
When you're 8, everyone is funny.
No, but not everybody is funny. You know what I mean? You can think back to like the kids that are not funny.
Yeah, there were some, but there were a lot of funny kids.
Yes, that's true. Kids are funny.
Right? And then something, it's like between 13 and 15 is when it gets slips away. because the pressure
Yeah.
of, oh, I've got to be a person now.
Yeah. And you're embarrassed, maybe.
Yeah. Well, you
Girls can be.
yeah, right.
You know what I mean? Be
Yes.
embarrassed by that
By
part
being
of
funny.
well, being too big or something.
Right.
Too much personality.
Did your friends think you were funny?
Yeah.
Do they still think you're funny?
They do.
So you're the funny one.
I'm the funny one.
That's great.
But Barbara's pretty funny. You
Yes,
know my
Barbara
sister.
is funny,
She's
yeah.
funny, but
Right.
I do like to make people laugh. I mean, what does it feel like to you to make people laugh?
It's the best thing in the world. It's a couple of seconds of weightlessness where everything in your mind, everything you think about and worry about and work on your whole life is just gone for a second. And it lasts. You know, you feel, you know, if you have like a big laugh,
Yes.
it lasts. You know, for the rest of the day you go, that was so funny.
And it's
You know.
fun to see it in kids. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Because I have a child who, like, we actually think is going to be the next Amy Schumer.
Oh, wow.
She's very wild and hilarious and will do anything for a laugh. And when she gets an authentic one, like to see that glimmer in their eye, to see the
Wow.
glimmer. You know what I mean? There is something to it.
Yeah. The trick is to not lose it.
Yeah.
You know, don't dismiss it. I think people think, well, what use is this? You know.
Yeah, I wonder, like, in a world that feels pretty dark, you know, I think we can all be like, gosh, what service are we unless we're doing more?
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of used to be self-deprecating about my job sitting next to Hoda, but I realized that I'm making people feel good.
Yeah.
And that is of service in some way, in some small way.
It's not a small way. It's not a small way. It's a big way.
And do you feel that way too? Do you feel like, you know what, actually making people laugh is something that's super important?
It is, yeah. I don't think of it kind of socially. I think of it in the moment.
Yeah.
It's really important to me to get this laugh right now, because
Yeah.
I don't know. You become you kind of become a machine in comedy. You just like all day, every day, you're thinking about how do I get that joke to work.
Yeah.
And I don't. I have a friend who's always talks to me about this. He always says it is a bigger thing. You are providing a
Right.
relief. I always say this silly stuff we do. This, you know, it's meaningless. You know, he says no, it's extremely meaningful. So, it's a nice thought.
Mm-hmm. You get to sit with these hilarious people
Yes.
and laugh, which I think making people laugh feels great, but also there's nothing better than laughing. So let's talk Steve Martin.
Okay.
I mean, first of all, the car, you had some car issues.
We've had a lot of car issues over the history of doing the show. Yeah, because I love old cars.
Yes.
Especially interesting ones. And people think that they're maintaining them and they're not. And we go, is this a good car? And they go, oh, yeah, I keep it perfect. And they don't.
So with Steve, what happened there? You said there was some sort of...
It broke down at some point. What was it? I believe it was
it
a
broke
Fiat.
down on the side of the road.
Yeah.
Fiat.
I believe it was a Fiat 8V, if I recall, which was a really artistic car that I thought he would like because he's such an art guy.
Yes.
Oh, Jerry, I know you're trying to be funny. Whoa.
Now, what is she thinking, that lady? She's thinking, you know, I'm sure that's not Steve Martin and Jerry Seinfeld, but the resemblance is unbelievable.
And were y'all able to fix it? Or you need somebody else for that?
No, I remember we had to get in like a rent-a-car. Yeah.
You and Steve and
Yeah.
an old Buick.
Yeah.
And a Toyota Camry.
Yeah, in a Camry, which really makes you sad.
It wasn't exactly what you were hoping.
No.
Now, do you prepare? How do you prepare for these? Because it's kind
don't.
of, you don't prepare at all.
No. See, I'm more interested, that first question I ask you is, you've had 3 coffees today. I like the tiny little behaviors of human life.
Yes.
What was the first one? Is it a routine? How do you make it? You know, I'm interested in coffee. I'm interested in people's beds and their shoes and their combs, you know. I like the small things are the big things to me.
Which makes total sense, right? Do you make your bed?
No, I do not.
Does Jessica make your bed?
Yes, she does.
Of course she does. Of course she does.
Why?
Because I like Jessica. She gets things done.
Oh, she sure does.
Right?
Yeah.
But aren't you lucky you married somebody like that and had children with somebody that gets everything done?
Lucky is not the word. Saved is the word. I'm a rescue pet.
So you don't prepare at all. You don't Google. Like, what if you don't know the person? You know everybody?
I Google, I read the first 3 sentences. I just want to know where they grew up, are they married, they have kids.
Okay.
That's all. I don't need to know anything else about a person to have a
So
conversation.
Wikipedia is really your sort of...
Yeah. Yeah. The things I'm interested in are not, in the bio.
Which makes the show so good.
Oh, thanks.
And the coffee table book. Did you ever think you'd have a coffee table book?
No. I didn't.
Are you proud of it?
I didn't. Well, they don't give you a book unless the show works.
Yes.
So, yes, I am proud of it.
And the show worked, and people are asking, will there be more?
They are. I don't know. I actually just started thinking about it just recently, but I did a movie, and I'm kind of...
You did a movie?
I made a movie, yeah. During the virus, we wrote a movie, and then we made it. And now we're finishing it, and it's going to come out pretty soon.
Wow, what does that feel like?
Amazing.
Yeah.
That's something I never thought I would do. But because of the virus, I wasn't doing anything, and I had time to write it. Because otherwise I can't stop doing stand-up. I can't stop.
It's too much fun.
Yeah, it's just like, it's like my life routine. I have to, it's so much fun.
So now the fact that there's going to be this film.
Yeah.
Can you tell me anything about it?
Sure.
Have you already talked about it and I just didn't do enough research?
I haven't.
What is it?
It takes place in 1964.
Wow.
So it's a period piece.
Yes.
It takes place in Battle Creek, Michigan, and it's about how they invented the Pop-Tart.
Wow. That's genius.
Yeah.
Do you like a Pop-Tart?
I love the Pop-Tart.
Which is your favorite flavor?
Brown sugar cinnamon.
Me too.
Of course.
Me too, but a lot of people like strawberry. With the Frosty?
That's them.
No, but brown sugar cinnamon.
See, that was probably the first. Is that the first thing you made when you were a kid that was hot?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or maybe an Eggo waffle, but hot.
Right, yeah.
That's the most luxurious thing. Like, because an Eggo waffle is just like toast, glorified toast.
Right.
But a
Pop-Tart
Pop-Tart
is complicated.
It has all that. Sometimes some of them have sprinkles. Mm-hmm. So is this a real story or you?
No.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't.
There are certain real elements in it.
Okay.
The truth of the story is Post and Kellogg's both had the idea at the same time.
Wow.
And then they competed to who could come out with it first.
Yes.
And then we just completely made
Came
up
up.
this totally insane comedy. It's like 15 stand-up comics are in this.
Are you starring in it? Wow.
Mm-hmm. And I directed it.
That is incredible.
I know, it's really exciting.
Most people just learned how to like bake bread during the pandemic, and you wrote and directed and are gonna star in a film.
Yeah.
Can we get coffee and talk about it when it comes out?
Sure.
And maybe bring Jessica. But I do want to ask you, your wife posted something on Instagram.
Right.
I follow her.
Right.
I adore her. I thought it was a simple way to say something that needs to be said.
In October, Jerry's wife of 23 years, Jessica, posted on Instagram in support of the Jewish faith after a string of highly publicized anti-Semitic events. The post read, "I support my Jewish friends and the Jewish people." And the caption read, "If you don't know what to say, you can just say this in your feed."
When we look at the rise of anti-Semitism in this country and really around the world, what do you think of it?
She found a simple, and I thought, non-aggressive way to say something that, as we said, unfortunately needs to be said, but does need to be said. And I thought that was very special and fantastic thing she did. Hard to do.
It is hard to do. Well, simplicity.
Most things in that venue, it's going to trigger someone. It's going to inflame. We're so quick to inflame, right? Both sides of any debate.
Yes.
Women, gender, everything.
Yeah.
Right. This is the culture we live in. Flash paper.
Yeah.
Instant, violent verbiage.
Yes.
Right.
And she found a way to sort of quiet it.
Right.
And hopefully also raise awareness.
Yeah, that was a great thing.
Okay, I want to go over a list of some of these comedians that were on.
Okay.
And just if you have something to say,
Okay.
say it. Eddie Murphy. I feel like Eddie Murphy was was maybe the best episode there ever was.
That was probably next to the Obama one, which was unique for those circumstances, obvious. But reconnecting with Eddie, who he and I started together the same month, the same club together. And then, of course, he quickly went one way, and then I went another way. And then years, after all those years, to get back together was so thrilling. And he was so, again, I talk about this thing, you know,
Yes.
and there it is, and he still got it, you know, and he's still talking about it. And he talks about in the show being on Long Island and going to these clubs with these guys in a car, and then after the club you go to a place like this.
Oh my gosh.
This is the life. This is the life. Hanging out with the company. You do the show, you do great, you do horrible, but you wind up here.
Having coffee and a pastrami sandwich.
Yes, and writing jokes on napkins and making fun of each other, you know.
Do you have napkins where you have jokes? I mean, do you remember yourself doing that, coming to a
No,
place?
I got a notebook.
Yeah.
I said,
you had a
I need
notebook.
a notebook for this
work
profession.
I need a notebook for this type of work.
Yeah.
But you probably have, I'm sure you have written a joke or two down on a napkin.
Yes, I have.
To be reunited with him must have been very cool.
It was beautiful. It was beautiful.
And you could feel that.
Oh, that's great.
You could.
So, you've seen a few of these.
Yes, I've seen a few of yours.
Oh, that's nice.
People love this show.
Wow.
Did you not know that?
For most of the time I was doing it, I didn't think it was working.
You didn't think it while you were doing it?
Yeah. But I loved it, and I wanted to make it.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make this.
Well,
I wanted to show people this side of comedy life, because people just got so interested in comedy the past 20 years, you know?
Yes.
So that's why I did it.
I think also it's like, and why people are asking now is that kind of connection, you know, that kind of being with somebody funny and making each other laugh, that kind of conversation, especially since y'all were together in this small area, like was something we missed during the pandemic, you know?
Well, you tell me, don't you feel, I mean, you do more interviews than anyone. This kind of thing is different, right?
Yes. Because just like you said, there is no preparation.
Right.
You're just sitting down for a wonderful conversation over coffee.
Right.
But also, I think with the goal of laughing and having others laugh too.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's a lightness to that, right?
Very much so. And I'm not really much of a podcast person because I like edited content.
Yeah.
I love that I could take 3 hours and give you a great 12.
Yes.
Because that's what comedy is.
Yes.
When you go see a comedian, he's basically going, I have lots of crazy thoughts. Some of them are funny, and I've cut it down to just that.
Yes.
That's what you're seeing.
Because when you work on a show, you write something. How long does it take, to get down to what you're actually going to perform?
Well, I don't know because I do it all the time.
Yeah.
But everything is trimmed down to the an essential aspect of comedy is it has to be trimmed down to the absolute minimum. It's like a poem.
Yes.
It has to be like a
And
poem.
good books, really good books are edited well. I mean, that's
Mhm.
the most important part of it,
Yes.
of all of it.
Yeah, but books are long.
I love books.
That's nice.
You don't?
I do. I love books, but I don't read a lot.
I'm trying to think if I have anything good
If
for
I
you.
could get rid of the phone.
Yeah,
I
put the
think
phone away. Put
I
the
might
phone away.
read.
What are you doing on your phone?
Nothing good.
Scrolling?
Well, how else can you get to the next thing? But we have to scroll.
But what are you looking at articles? Or are you looking at social media? What are you doing? Are you on
I look
Instagram?
At cars. I look on Instagram, and I love YouTube.
No, you don't.
I love YouTube.
What do you like on YouTube? Cat videos?
Here's what I found the greatest video on YouTube yesterday. I have spent years on YouTube, countless hours, and yesterday I found the video that changed my life so powerfully. A guy made a video about You know how when you turn on your windshield wipers, sometimes they go.
Yes.
He made a video about how to fix that.
How do you fix it?
And you don't need new wipers.
What? How do you?
And you don't need a new wiper arm. It's an adjustment with 2 wrenches, and he shows you.
Would you ever do that?
Oh, I can't wait to do it.
Are you gonna do it?
Yeah. So that's what I love.
You love it.
Because I hate when wipers do that. I hate that sound.
I know what you mean.
And somebody solved it, and they made a video and showed everyone
How did you come to that YouTube video?
I don't know. They
targeted you.
Yeah.
I
like the algorithm. I don't watch anything unless the algorithm suggests it.
Well, you do, and they just targeted you with the perfect video, which is the windshield wipers.
Windshield wiper adjustment.
So you like that kind of like how to fix it. You're not into.
No, I'm into surfing.
Oh, surfing.
Baseball, cars, dogs. I like cute dog videos.
Yeah, who doesn't?
You know.
You should follow Round Boys on Instagram. It's really good. It's just round animals. Your wife would love it. Just all about the roundness of animals.
Right. I love things like I love unboxing videos.
Unboxing videos.
Here's what it is. I really think obsession is a nice way to go through life.
Yeah.
Being obsessive.
Yes.
As long as you don't go completely crazy.
Yes.
Obsessing, I've obsessed on everything, about everything my entire life.
Well, that's true. That's why you're famous, right? Because the show is like
It's
obsessing
all-
over the little nuance
Exactly.
of life.
Right.
Yes.
So that's entertainment to me.
Yeah. Well, it's entertainment to us too.
Yeah.
Turns out. Turns out it's entertainment to all of us as well.
Yeah, but we all live these lives of micro-obsession,
Yes.
right? Not microaggression, micro-obsession.
Okay, I've learned so much.
And those things, I think, are, if you miss out on the fun of that,
Yes.
I just think it's fun. It's a fun, I like to find entertainment in life.
Yes.
I don't want to just drag myself through this. I want to enjoy it.
Yes. No, it's so true. If you can't find the fun and the nuance and the tediousness of life, then you're not living.
What was the point of
Yeah,
all of that?
it's true.
Right?
It's true.
Find the fun in it. And I personally believe the fun is in the ordinary.
Sure
Not in the special. The ordinary.
I
Really,
love
right?
this so much.
I know, me too.
I could sit here forever.
Me too.
Cheers.
Well, cheers.
But can we do it when your movie comes out?
Yes. Isn't it better?
It's, well, the Pop-Tarts, I can't wait.
I won't let her throw her life away. We need to trick her into dumping him. As much as this will pain us both, we have to call a truce to make this work.
You have to be in lockstep.
Hey! Did you make a pact to not murder each other until you murder me first? We are here for you, my love.
Yes, we're in lockstep.
Yeah.
Ticket to Paradise is Julia and George's first romantic comedy together and their sixth collaboration.
You clean up pretty good.
It's a friendship that has spanned 2 decades. So you guys, when you say you're friends, it's more than friends, really. I mean, you have a lot of friends in Hollywood, I'm sure, but this sounds like it's definitely next level.
Well, we've been friends a long time.
Yeah.
I mean,
Long time.
She comes over to the house in Italy with the kids and stuff, and we've had, I mean, you know, we've been together, we've worked together a lot.
Yeah.
I got to produce a film that she was nominated for an Oscar for, and
I was in the first movie he directed.
How is that being directed by George Clooney?
yeah, come on, how is that?
You know, it's interesting because, no, I'm going to say this. I remember something so clearly because it's like, I think it's my opening scene, and I'm sitting in a booth at a restaurant, and I have this big hat on and red lipstick. He was very specific. I loved how specific he was and clear. I mean, that's what an actor wants more than anything, is just like a clear understanding with the director of what they want and what is expected. And he just would see me as just an actor when we were at work and talk to me as an actor and have these expectations. And it wasn't that same like just casual, oh, hey, Jules, why don't you do this? It was like, okay, I want this to be just like this.
Wow.
You know? And it was really special. And I also, that it was his first movie and that I got to be a little part of it, I felt,
it was fun.
It really.
We had a really good time.
We did have a good time.
This whole movie, obviously, is a movie about parents who are upset that their daughter is marrying someone who they don't think is right for her. And
before they even meet him.
Before they even meet him. Yeah, everything was too fast, too far away. Like I was feeling the parents in the beginning. When you saw the script, were you like, this is us?
We both said, well, if you do it, I'll do it, because it's sort of really the only way you could see it working.
But it was, I mean, it's a miracle that it all came together.
Yeah.
Okay, best part about working with Julia Roberts on this movie? Go.
The money. Well, I will be honest, which I don't like doing.
He doesn't, and I don't like when you are honest.
You don't like it because I'm nice sometimes, and that's a terrible.
Throws me.
She's a great friend, and she is, on top of all of the things that we all know she is, and everyone knows she is. She also is a very, very good friend, and so it's really fun to work with people that are truly good friends.
And Julia, best part of working with George on this movie?
Now I've cornered you. Now.
Yeah. I know you have cornered me. I'm going to say this because George and I don't like to say that we're very much alike, but we do have the same
beard.
How much time do we have here? We're gonna get like 3.5 questions out. We have the same energetic spirit.
Yes.
At home, and not. I said that like we live together.
We do live together, which is very weird for my wife and Danny.
But at work, we both really like a joyful, exuberant work experience, and we take that sort of leadership very seriously in a way, to be relaxed, to make other people relaxed and happy. And so being together on set is such in a way, it's a continuation of our real life together, which is just singing songs and carrying on. And
I don't know how y'all didn't crack up through each take. I mean, I watch you two, and the banter seems like it's happening in that moment.
You learned that to make me look bad.
You don't need my help there.
Are y'all ad-libbing some of that, or is it all?
Not much.
Well, no, we had a fair amount of ad-libbing, especially in the drunken scenes.
Yeah.
But what it would be, too, is when they would put us with a group of people, like at the graduation, where we sort of have an audience, then we can't be stopped because we feel it's our responsibility. They have to sit there all day to entertain them. And so we had a different searing joke at each other.
Yeah, there were a couple where, you do it and then we both stop and like go, is this the step too far?
This is too mean.
And we finally ended our friendship.
What was your first impression once you saw it all come together?
I thought, you know, it just felt like a salve, an hour and a half salve.
I remember you saying to me though, when we saw it, and you go, "You're so mean to me."
I was shocked, actually.
Really?
I had forgotten how really some of it was kind of searing.
Ma'am, I need to sit somewhere else.
I'm sorry, it's a full flight.
We used to be married.
It's the worst 19 years of my life.
We were only married for 5.
I'm counting the recovery.
And because I've gotten away from it and George hasn't said anything mean to me in a week, I was like,
I could do it now.
Well, there are the meanie parts, which are fun to watch, and there's also the kissing part. Is it awkward to kiss your dear, dear friend?
It is when my wife and kids come by to visit. Remember?
That was the first day they came to visit. It's like, Papa, oh, Auntie Juju. It's like, get him out, get him out.
It's really bad. What are you doing, Papa? What is that?
No, they didn't see
They were around.
Who wants ice cream?
Do y'all laugh when you're kissing? Is it funny or is it, are you trying to?
Yeah, we laughed. It was funny.
Wait, Julie,
It made us laugh. Yeah, it was.
It's kind of ridiculous. I mean, because, listen, you know, it is like kissing your best friend. And
Well,
then,
thanks for that.
And then.
I was the
wait,
2-time sexiest
then
man
you go,
alive.
wait, my best friend's George Clooney.
Yeah, come
Maybe
on,
I better
man.
tune in a little bit, but then you just can't.
My favorite.
Boy, you really helped my reputation.
What about from your end?
From my end?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't really kiss from my end. We were doing it right on the lips.
Open that door, Hoda.
No, it was fun. Look, we knew what we were going to do. We knew what the job was, and it's funny. We were very professional, but it does make you laugh.
And that was the day, too, that the first time in my 30 years in show business, I had a 3:30 call. Never.
3:30 a.m.?
Uh-huh.
That's when you get up every day,
I know,
isn't it?
that's our speed. So
Okay.
wait, what was it?
This is not my speed. And I'm an early riser. And I was like, 3:30, are you sure about this? Because they wanted the sun to be rising while we were kissing and this whole thing. And so I think it was also a ploy of All's. He thought if we're exhausted, if he has us tired enough in that moment, that we might be serious.
Yeah, he was wrong.
It was beautiful. By the way, my favorite part of the movie, there's so many great parts, but y'all with your drunky monkey dance.
Dad, please stop doing that.
Ooh, yeah!
People are looking.
Was a 10 plus.
Come on, I thought that was some good dancing, didn't you? I mean, you know.
I kind of did. I was kind of into it.
Those were our moves, man.
For real?
Well, actually, if you think of it, like about 20 years ago when we were doing Oceans, we had a party, remember, in Vegas?
Uh-huh.
Pretty much the same moves.
They were the same moves, to different effect, and we were actually drunk.
Y'all did look drunk in that thing. It looked like you were really putting them down. Was there any ounce of those drinks that were actually real beverages?
No.
No.
I've never done a film with Julia that I was sober. I don't think ever, really. It's hard, you know. They're like, you're going to kiss Julia.
Just leave the bottle.
Just leave the bottle. No, there was no drinking, although when we watched it, we thought we were.
I was really impressed with how drunk and loopy, and I think that was some of our best acting.
Well, the young kids just were they were shockingly embarrassed.
The first take watching us, because All was like, okay, I'm not even going to pretend to tell you guys what to do. Just stay
watch.
in this area. And we sort of took off, and
they were like,
they were stunned. They were paralyzed.
We thought we were really funny, and they didn't. Remember, they were just kind of staring at us like we were in the zoo, and we were like, pretty funny, huh? And they're like, oh my God.
You're like, they're rolling a camera on you guys, right? Everybody's going to see it.
Dinosaur move. I am praying for an asteroid.
They can see what it's like to get old, and it's terrifying them, you know.
you've got twins that you have that are, don't tell me, did I read right? They're going to college?
Well, they are seniors in high school. They
So-
will be 18 in November.
Oh my word. How are you feeling about that? Your kids going off to college?
You know, I have feelings about it.
Yeah.
But you know, the nice thing is that the 5 of us in my family, I think we all have very similar feelings about it right now. So it's not like, you know, it's just
can't
me.
wait to get away.
Yeah, it's not like just me going, oh my gosh, you guys are going off to school. I think everybody kind of feels like, wow, we can recognize these moments together as these really big page turners, you know, and so it's nice that we're having that experience together.
And speaking of twins, your twins are 5, right?
5, yeah.
Did I read that they are now speaking Italian?
French.
Italian and French?
Yeah.
What are you doing? Teaching them all kinds?
Stupid. I mean, honestly, I've done dumb things in my life. We all know that. This is the dumbest.
But it is astonishing. First of all, they're such lovely kids.
Yeah.
They're just so sweet, lovely kids. And my kids,
Adore them.
Adore them.
Yeah.
Because they're just these little sweet balls of hilariousness, especially Alexander. But if I speak Italian and George speaks English and you're one of George's kids, they will speak in Italian and then speak in English and then speak in Italian and then speak in English and go back and forth. And it's like, wait a minute.
Do you speak all those languages?
No. It's a disaster. Every time they talk to each other in Italian when I'm talking to them, like, what'd you say? So you know it's a conspiracy.
And it's a twin thing anyway. Like aside from the language thing, it's a twin thing.
This has been a disaster, what's happened to me.
Do you know you are sitting next to a man who has never been in an argument with his wife?
Well,
I've been in an argument with you, though, so
Yeah.
it works out.
his work wife.
But do you find that like shocking?
No,
You don't?
I don't.
Tell me.
don't fight.
Because I don't fight with
You
my
don't
husband
fight
either.
with your husband either.
They don't fight.
How do you resolve conflicts? Like, how do you?
We just don't fight. It's just not how we communicate with each other. It's not.
Yeah.
It's never been
Your language.
called for. It has never been our language.
But you just have ways of resolving conflicts in your house through just regular conversation and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you know.
Well, I also think, you know, every once in a while, luck plays in a part in all
Yeah.
this. You know, I feel very lucky that I met Amal, and I feel very lucky, sort of late in life for me, that, you know, the things that you used to as a young person, you know, guys in particular, I think you would defend in a way that you don't have to when you're older. You know, I know how lucky I am to be with Amal, so if we're gonna paint the wall yellow, and I think it's a really dumb color, who cares?
Who cares?
And when you're 28, you might, and you want to fight about those things. So many things in life that I think when you're young you would fight about. You know, when you get old, like Julia, you don't fight so much.
I think having kids, I mean, I have obviously kids later in life too. I've got a 5 and a 3-year-old. I feel like I'm a different parent than I would have been. I feel like I am, I feel like I'm just a better person. I get scared sometimes, if I'm being totally honest, about being my age.
You do.
And sometimes I get afraid about what's ahead. Like sometimes when I think about milestones, I just hold my breath and think, please God, like let me, I want to witness that.
Yeah.
I want to see that. Do you ever have those?
No, I kind of like the idea of being sort of out of it when like my daughter starts to date. I'd like it to be like, huh? Should that, huh? I think I'm be comfortable with that. I really do. Papa, I want you to meet, he's a drummer in a band. I like toast. I'm okay with it.
No, I think, but here's the thing. The truth is, because we all, no matter how old we are, George being the oldest of us, it doesn't, you know, they have chosen us in this moment to be their stewards and their shepherds in this life experience. And, you know, it all happens when we're ready. I met Danny when I was ready. You met Amal when you were ready. It's like, and then we call these children into our lives when we're ready to best partner with them. And so I mean, sometimes I get gripped with fear of blowing it. And sometimes I've just said to my kids, like, so today, me as a mom, can we just can we just take that off the board?
Erase it.
Because I blew it.
Yeah.
Bono would talk about his kids, and he said, you know, he had a conversation with once where he said, you know, they're like 15, and
Yeah.
he said, now we're about to get to the age where you're just gonna, for no reason at all, hate me. You're gonna hate me for like 5 years.
Yeah.
You're just gonna be against me. And he goes, and then you're gonna come back and you're gonna think I'm kind of cool, and we're gonna get along really well, and we're gonna have a great life. He goes, can we just skip those
The middle
years?
part.
I like that idea.
I do too.
I think there are so many parts. I mean, I don't want to dwell on parenting, but I'm just kind of in the middle of it. And since I'm sitting with both you guys, I feel like I have certain things I try to teach my kids. And one of them is when they don't know something or they feel stupid, instead of saying, either ignoring it or saying, being embarrassed about it, we have something that we say, and it is, I guess I haven't learned that yet. And
that's nice.
Yeah, it's like a small thing, but little bits and pieces. Are there things that you've tried to teach your kids that you hope that they will carry with them as they like head off into the world, into college?
Well, I mean, my kids are a little older, and I feel like the one thing that we've always tried to instill in them is to just remember who you are when you're out in the world. Remember that you, as one person, are representing 5 people, and just to conduct yourself in that same way that you would when we're all together, when you're by yourself out in the world. So, and I think that's, not only does it make you feel like you're not so all alone out in the world, it does kind of remind you to just be that much more thoughtful or that much more helpful if you can be.
Beautiful. George, what about for you?
I guess I haven't learned that.
I knew you were going to say it. I was waiting for it. Oh, I love that you did it.
You're gonna tee it up for me. I'm gonna take it.
I just knew it.
God, I love this friendship so much. Okay, so we looked up your zodiac signs. You're a Taurus, you're a Scorpio. Okay, so here's what it says.
The really weak signs.
They are opposite signs in the zodiac, giving them a special complex connection. They can combine to make a whole, each partner's strength balancing the other's weaknesses.
Quiet.
Taurus and Scorpio have tons in common, but because their personalities are both so powerful, they often swing between passionate love and passionate disagreement. Do you think, is there any truth to that?
There was till the end. We don't disagree. The only things we disagree on is one for the road. No, one time I got up, I had to leave dinner. Okay.
What are you gonna tell? I don't even know what
No,
story
one time I had to leave dinner because I had to work the next day. And we're all sitting there at dinner, and we're having a beautiful dinner and drinks and having this great time. And I said, I'm so sorry, I really have to leave. And I get up in this nice restaurant, and I start walking out, and George goes, quitter! Julia Roberts is a quitter!
Yeah, you gotta throw her under the bus every once in a while.
Yeah.
You know, somebody has to throw her under the bus. Everybody's, oh, Julia. No,
So
no.
that's
what you do.
Those are our disagreements.
I love that. Do y'all think you'll be working again together in a movie?
It's not gonna happen. I've learned my lesson. You know, it took 5 or 6 times, but I've learned. You know, no.
Meanwhile, he's put me in his contract. He can't live without me on screen.
Of course not.
Yeah, why not?
She's also the best available, you know, really.
Available.
I love you guys so much. Thank you.
Go
It's so
take
fun
a nap
to
now.
I know. It's fun to watch.
We wear you out.
high-profile movies are just now being rolled out. Among the first is the romantic comedy Notting Hill. It tells the story of an unlikely romance between the world's most famous actress, played by Julia Roberts, of course, and a shy London bookseller, played by Hugh Grant.
The thing that's so irritating is that now I'm so totally fierce when it comes to nudity clauses.
You actually have clauses in your contract about nudity?
Definitely. You may show the dent of the top of the artist's buttocks, but neither cheek. Or if there's a stunt bottom being used, artist must have full consultation.
You have a stunt bottom?
Well, I could have a stunt bottom, yes.
Wow, and are people tempted to go for better bottoms than their own?
Yeah, I mean, I would.
Julia Roberts, good morning. Nice to see you again. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Gee, what original question could I ask you? You play a world-famous movie star, Anna Scott. Could you relate to her? I'm kidding. Poor Julia.
People don't realize we just had this conversation. We were chatting about this.
Well, people don't probably realize that you've been asked over and over again about the parallels between this woman you play, who's gracing every magazine cover in the world, and your real life. When you were first approached about this, I understand you thought the idea stunk. And then as you read the script, you thought, I could really do this. What was it about the script that made you think you could take the plunge?
Well, because I felt that the story was so beautifully constructed, and I felt that really the idea of her being a famous actor was just a great contrivance to show real extremes of people's lives and how to make things that are so drastically different work. Because I think these two characters are different on so many levels, culturally and just sort of their upbringing and all that, separate and apart from their jobs.
They really are. I mean, she's like the princess of popular culture. He hasn't heard of anything. I mean, he's been basically living under a rock. A few of the things I was like, oh, come on, you've heard of that. But he really is sort of disengaged from what's going on in the world.
Yeah. But I just loved it. I loved it. And Richard Curtis is a brilliant writer. And he really constructed a story that I just felt I wanted to participate in telling.
He wrote 4 Weddings and a Funeral, right? And a lot of the movie really is sort of ensemble acting. Was that fun for you, working with these actors?
Well, it was fun. It was daunting in a way, because we'd all be, sitting around this table, and I'm telling you, English people can say anything and sound clever, charming, and just so smart.
Right.
And then I would sort of open my nasal mouth and be like, what are you talking about, And every time I get my heart broken, the newspapers splash it about as though it's entertainment. And it's taken 2 rather painful operations to get me looking like this.
Really?
Really?
No, nice try, gorgeous, but you don't fool anyone.
Just to sit there at that table and sort of watch them each have their shining moment was so exciting as an actor, just to witness.
There is sort of a moment of truth there about celebrity, and I'm sure you've been talking about this ad nauseum and about some of the downsides of celebrity status. Do you think a lot of people, though, will see this movie, and obviously Anna Scott is experiencing the downside of being famous, but they might kind of say, boo-hoo?
Well, I kind of said boo-hoo to her. But at a certain point, you have to realize that she's doing the best that she can. And if the best that she can do is to be a little whiny or to not take the highest road with a situation, that's okay. I mean, it's not my place. It's just not anyone's place to judge her experience, because I think where she's at in her life, she hasn't really come to terms with how famous she is or the opportunities that she's given. And I think by the end of the movie, she's really getting there.
But it also is true that while most famous people wouldn't trade it, there are things about it that are really difficult at times, without sounding whiny.
Yeah, there are things that are more challenging than other things, and things that test the patience more than other things. But all workable, all achievable. I had someone say to me the other night at the premiere, I'm dressed to the teeth, I'm there with my man, my hair looks fabulous, and she said, could you tell us about the downside of fame? I said, baby, look at me. You see a downside? Like, what are you talking about? And it really is all about the way you choose to view it.
You're doing another movie with Richard Gere. I'm sure that every person in America has asked you this as well, but it's called Runaway Bride. It is not Pretty Woman 2, but it really is just teaming up the two of you again, and Gary Marshall as well. Are you happy with it?
Well, I haven't seen it, but we sure had a lot of fun making it.
Was it like the old days, or?
Well, no, because the difference between being 20 and being 30 is vast. I'm like a different person now. And so it was really interesting on a Freudian level, where I've become very kind of the pop psychologist, you know. So on that level, I was fascinated at every turn. And it was nice because we had some of the same cast that we had in Pretty Woman came in and did things for us. Hector Elizondo.
The guy from the Ginkgo biloba commercials now. I love him.
Oh, Hector. Yeah.
He's always talking about Ginkgo biloba now.
He's
but
also
anyway,
on Chicago Hope.
I know.
I know.
More important. We digress. The movie is called Notting Hill. Julia Roberts, it's really fun talking to you. And we'll be back in a moment. Julia and I are going shopping, though.
There are three of the world's most famous brothers, the Jonas Brothers. Kevin, Joe, Nick. The Jonas Brothers have grown up before our eyes.
Welcome to the Jonas family household. This is our life.
Their chart-topping hits are a soundtrack for a generation. This week, they hit the bright lights of Broadway. The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town.
5-night residency.
5
Broadway.
nights. Yes.
Each night highlighting a different album, including the newest. What can fans expect?
Fans can expect us forgetting lyrics and them helping us.
No. To be clear, Joe forgetting lyrics.
You want to bet on that, Kev? You want to bet on that?
I've done mine. I went to rehearsal last week. I never did Broadway, so this is my debut. This is
your Broadway debut.
Yeah. These guys. Yeah.
Broadway vets.
Yeah, exactly. So
show you the ropes, Kev.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. They're walking me around backstage, but the fact that my kids are able to come to a show like this week and experience this, it brings it's a whole other reason to do this every day.
Looks like this is gonna be one hell of a show.
Yeah,
we'll figure it out.
It might break up before the shows are over.
Yeah, exactly.
The fans can expect albums from our past starting in 2007. Tonight, night one, we're playing a self-titled album, Jonas Brothers, and this is something we thought about, honestly, maybe a month and a half ago. We were thinking how fun it would be to put a show together for fans leading up to our new album. And we've never played a record before releasing it, so this will be the first to play it in its entirety. Yeah. And this theater, it means a lot to us. Nick, when he was, and I'm probably stealing some of your questions, but Nick, when he was it 7, 8 years old?
8.
Well, he was
22 years ago.
He was on that stage performing with Reba McEntire for Annie Get Your Gun. So it's like full circle.
Wow.
I'm back.
It's been a wild ride for the three New Jersey brothers who thrilled fans in 2019 when they famously reunited after a 6-year split. Their new album, called The Album, drops in May. Had the Jonas Brothers not broken up, we wouldn't have this album.
Definitely not.
You might have the Broadway show, but without any new music.
Yeah.
It's all the old music.
All the old.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Let's talk about this new album.
Yeah.
The Album.
The Album.
Get the title. What's the story there? How did that come about?
The story is that we kind of sat down and thought of a bunch of different names. And then we thought about the intention of it all. And if we set out to just say, if you're going to listen to any one of our albums, we think this is the album you should listen to. This is the one that is the most quintessential Jonas Brothers, where we are now. And it just felt like the right title.
The album, this morning I'm listening to it, I mean, it does have this sort of retro 70s feel to it. Was that the intention?
We definitely pulled from a lot of inspiration. Working with John Bellion, our producer, and writer on this project, it was unbelievable. We knew that that's where we wanted to, pull a lot of the inspiration from, but being able to really trust him with this process and help us bring that sound forward and be competitive now in 2023 versus, not just a tribute album to the 70s. This is who we are, and from things like Jefferson Starship, the Eagles, bands we grew up listening to.
The Bee Gees?
The Bee Gees. With our father. Like, we are a band of brothers that sing together in harmony and other things, but also still a band. So what you see on stage in a live format, we really wanted to be able to bring out in the music when you're listening to it as you're driving down the road in your car.
And you guys all live in different cities now, New Jersey and Miami and LA. What was it like physically, just being back in the studio together again as brothers?
Well, we had been playing some shows in Vegas and other places, and we, I think, started to feel that chemistry that only really happens when you're together and playing shows. COVID was tough for everybody, but for our sort of creative journey and chemistry, it was challenging. So getting back on stage, being in front of our fans was the first step. And then I think once we got in the studio, started working with John, we all felt like it was just clicking and all, firing on all cylinders. And the themes too, we spent a lot of time talking about where we were as people first and what we wanted to say. I think one of the things that I love about being in this band with my brothers is that we really get to use our music as a way to express ourselves, and it's really authentic to us. And that shows, from every album we put out and whatever chapter of our journey we were on. But I think this one does a good job of embodying kind of where we are as fathers, where we are as husbands and just brothers, family.
I enjoyed the video for Wings. The music video for Wings off the new album features White Lotus star Haley Lou Richardson, who happens to be a super fan.
She's been a longtime fan and said some really nice things about the band and what it means to her to be a fan now in her adult years as opposed to being a fan when she was a kid. And so when we were thinking of the concept for the video, we all were like, what if we gave her control and let her kind of take the lead here and just do whatever she wanted? She absolutely nailed it. Turns out she has a dancing background, which none of us do, and she's phenomenal. And, every interview and thing she said about that experience afterwards has meant the world to us. But it's truly like including a real lifelong fan in our video. So hopefully the fans enjoyed that perspective as well, and it's one of my favorites we've done.
You've got tracks on the album called Vacation Eyes, Little Bird, my personal favorite, being from the South, Waffle House. Favorite songs from this new album? Well, and we'll start with you, Kev.
I think Vacation Eyes. It's a song, it's about finding that love that you find on vacation. Those moments you find that are supposed to only be there on vacation, but you take it home with you and you want to live that moment for the rest of your life. And
Which you did, didn't you?
That's exactly what happened to me. That's where I met my wife. We met in the Bahamas. And,
oh, wow.
On the family vacations. We were young, but it worked out, man.
And he stalked her afterwards.
I did. It was fine.
It worked out.
Hey,
worked
you know
out.
what? Sometimes, no, that's, yeah. It worked.
We'll leave it there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, leave it there.
How about you, Nick?
I've got a couple favorites, but I think Little Bird is probably one of my favorites. Maybe the favorite. As a new father, really meaningful to me. And I think for our fans too, they're at the same kind of places in their lives as we are. And a lot of them having children or have children. And so I think it's really an anthem about what it is to be a parent and that feeling of wanting to protect, your little one. And Kevin has Little Birds tattooed on him, which was kind of the catalyst of the song coming and speaking to John about it. So again, all these really personal themes, and this one just hits home for me.
Joe?
My favorite song on the album changes constantly. I think today it would be Walls. It's our closing song for the album, and we got to share a snippet of it. I actually played the whole song via record player in our Vegas shows. And the song just gets you hyped. And John Bellion is featured on that track. It's the only song we have a feature on. And that one, it's hard to really describe what it's like, but it is epic, and it gets you going.
The Jonas Brothers now gearing up for a new era and taking nothing for granted.
We've already had success and failed, and we've seen what it feels like to fail. And I think now we're just having fun in this chapter where we're getting to do new and exciting things that we dream up and put together in a couple weeks, and we have fans that are so supportive of us, and we feel like it's like weirdly bigger now because we're just having fun as opposed to when we were really stressed about it all working out, and it's a lot more fun.
I think a lot of people would hear you say that you failed and they would disagree with that.
They haven't watched a few of my personal performances then. Certainly had a few therapy sessions that I could include them on, but we can leave that out.
Learning curves.
Learning curves.
I mean,
Better way to put it.
We all learn from our mistakes.
Totally.
Sure.
Yeah. Right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And I think the band kind of going off doing our own things and breaking up was really the failure I'm talking about. It's like it was a win for us as family and important at that time, but what came out of it is that I think we're all able to look at this and say, what's gonna make us happy?
And their families expanded along the way. Kevin, Nick, and Joe, all now dads themselves. Let's talk about the other things that have changed since you guys burst onto the scene. Social media. There was no Instagram, no Facebook, certainly no TikTok back when you guys
we had to keep up these days.
broke through.
I feel it, I feel like I ran through the ceiling.
It's really changed dramatically the way that you interact with your fans.
Definitely.
How so? How so, Joe?
I think it's fantastic because you're able to connect with fans on a millisecond basis, where when we were starting, MySpace was just beginning. We got 100 followers on MySpace and we were ready to retire. We're like, we did it, guys. We made it. Let's go. I think we even celebrated that night. And now it's so interesting. I mean, for the music industry, it's fascinating and inspiring because people are discovering music way faster and way quicker. Artists that have completely retired or started new careers are having number ones. I find it so wonderful for music in general, and then film and TV. It's really fascinating, and we're just trying to keep up. I think it goes back to what Nick was saying. We just have to have fun in that aspect.
Yeah.
Because I think it's a way for you to really connect with fans and a humanizing level of being like, this is my life. This is what I'm up to. This is what I'm drinking today. Whatever it may be, it's like that easy, simple connection.
What are you drinking today?
I have fluids, waters, tea.
I'm glad you're hydrating.
Yeah.
Glad
Two
you're
coffees.
2 coffees. Don't do a third.
Take a guess. How many?
2 drinks.
No, that's not the guess. How many millions or billions of views? Hashtag Jonas Brothers on TikTok, would you guess?
Literally
8 billion.
Wow.
8
billion.
billion.
Where's the
with a
ACAM?
B.
Do they give you a plaque for that?
$8 billion. Yes.
Does that surprise you at all?
Yes.
Yeah, definitely. It's not something that we go and say, well, how many billions do we have from doing? But it's inspiring. That's exciting. We're so honored, and I think it's a great way for people to be discovering our new music.
I'm loving the evolution of the Jonas Brothers.
Thank you.
It still seems like it's not lost on you guys how remarkably special this journey's been for you. Like you still seem like you're in the moment.
I do think we put a lot of pressure on ourselves when we were younger to get it all right. I think now we just kind of do what we need to do to have fun and continue making music that we love. And I think that's why it's working.
It's over now, all right? It's just about to get started.
It is hard work being John Luther, the good cop with a dark side, played for more than a decade now by Idris Elba.
Because I'm ready.
It looks like a lot of fun as a viewer to play this character.
Nope.
No? Just brutal because you're getting beat up so much?
Getting up at 4 a.m. in the rain, cold. And, you know, I'm just like, can we do a Luther where he's in Hawaii? And there's like, you know, maybe it's a tropical storm, so there is some rain, but not so cold.
I smell a sequel.
100%.
Hawaii.
Yeah.
Luther
Hawaii. Jamaica. I mean, I say it isn't fun. I've played him for 10 years, and he's one of my, you know, sort of dearest characters, if you like.
Elba has played several. In this country, he is known best, perhaps, as drug dealer Stringer Bell from the iconic HBO drama The Wire.
No matter what we call heroin, it's gonna get sold.
But in Elba's native UK, Luther looms large. The popular 5-season BBC series now spun into the new movie, Luther, the Fallen Son.
For me, playing a detective on the other side of the fence, you know, Stringer on as a drug dealer, and Detective Luther, for me, that was like, yeah, I get to reinvent something, and myself, actually. And there's something about Luther being this forthright character that will stop at nothing.
Mr. DCI John Luther, well, I mean, it's not. I was a DCI in your department.
John Luther is an ordinary detective with sort of extraordinary circumstances, but very relatable. You know, we're not talking about end-of-the-world crime. We're talking about guys that have real bad sort of ethics, you know what I mean? And he can't stand that. But what the film has now given us is taking this central character, Luther, and putting him in these landscapes, in these scenarios that could be as epic as the ones that James Bond sort of covers, you know what I mean? And I hope people kind of go, wow, James versus John, you know what I mean? Like, I really hope that.
Don't think I didn't notice. There's a moment at a bar, you're sitting there.
I'd say a long day calls for a martini. Whiskey?
I remember seeing that in the script and was like, are we sure, bro? I mean, this is like, it's right on the nose.
Was that a nod to the outside calls for you to play James Bond?
Not purposely, but, you know, I think those who know.
It's a great moment. So now you've certainly raised the question then with the Bond comparison, the franchise anyway, of sequels. It feels to me, having just watched the movie, like there's more to come.
Yeah.
Fair to say, or at least that's the way you'd like it to go?
I think it's fair to say that. Yeah, I think that the ending, again, really sort of opens that door for what are the possibilities. Where does John go next? And I think that's quite on purpose.
Yeah.
I think we all, you know, have a sort of wish to take a few chapters and see this landscape grow and grow. I do. I mean, I feel like there's so much we can offer. Because Lutherland is really wherever Luther goes. So if we saw Luther in Colombia and it had that same sort of Luther aesthetic and it's dark, you know, I think that would still be as engaging as seeing him in sort of London as we know it.
Elba was born and raised in London's working-class Canning Town, the son of African immigrants.
How and when was the seed to become an actor planted? How did you get to that place from a place that was so far from Hollywood or show business?
Well, I mean, you know, I knew in high school, secondary school for me, that I wanted to be an actor. I knew that at the age of 16 that this was sort of my career path. I just didn't know how to get there. And as soon as I left school, I sort of, you know, got into college. And I sort of did a performing arts course, which sort of covered all the bases. But it was right there when I sort of got introduced to method acting and Robert De Niro. I just became fixated. So I was 19 after 2 years college. You know, I worked with my dad. My dad worked at Ford's Motor Company. I worked with him for a little bit. And then I saved enough money and I was like, I'm going to New York. And everyone's going, all my friends were like, you're going where? What? New York? What's in New York? Who do you know? I was like, my career's in New York. I want to go to New York. It's like you're not even acting. You're not even an actor yet. You want to go to New York? Good luck.
And it wasn't easy for many, many years. Finding jobs, you were DJing and bouncing and paying your rent and doing all the things you had to do to survive. So what were those early years in America like for a young struggling actor?
You know, I think I'd saved up somewhere like £36,000 and used it all within 6 months. And I was broke and I was not booking jobs. Casting directors were interested, but not really. You know what I mean? Like, don't come to a place where they already have hamburgers. You have to come with something different. Okay? So there was really good actors here. But I just came with this dream, and then I was really, I'm a tenacious guy, you know. I stick at it.
And so is it true that when the script for The Wire came your way, you were in the Astro van? Is there any truth to that?
Yeah.
You were spending a few nights in the van?
Yeah. It was a very tough time. I was married at the time, and my wife and I were going through a very bad time. You know, she was pregnant. It was just a rough time. I could barely scrape enough money for our, you know, unborn child, and I lived in a van for a little bit. But at the time, I was auditioning during the day. And, you know, my daughter was due to be born sort of like early January. And we're talking about November now. And this script comes in. It's like, you know, this is a pilot. You know, again, I was seeing really good casting directors by this junction, okay? This pilot's come in. It's called The Wire. Go in to see the guys, but do yourself a favor. Don't speak in your own accent, you know. Just keep it American. And I did. And quite frankly, it was the moment that my daughter was born, I literally got the phone call that, hey, you know, we want to offer you the role.
The same day?
Yeah, exactly the same day. Yeah.
I don't know if you believe in fate, but there was something going on that day.
I mean, of course I do.
That's incredible.
It was a really special time. Changed my life. Changed my daughter's life, you know.
What did that mean to you professionally then, when that show became such an iconic series and such a success and everyone knew your name and your face and you weren't this close anymore, you were there.
Yeah.
What did that mean as you went forward in your career?
You know, it just restored my faith, man. Like, that's bottom line, you know what I mean? It's really easy to sort of have no faith, but when stuff's really tough and you're just, you know, should I give up or shouldn't I? Don't give up. As bleak as it's, and honestly, that story, you couldn't get any more bleak than that. You know what I mean? Like, I have a child coming, I'm broke, I'm living in America, in New York City. And then, you know, there it came. So it meant a lot to me. It was a life changer. It changed my life financially, obviously, but it really did catapult my career into essentially, you know, what I'm still dining off that life-changing moment.
Right. I mean, why work harder than you should?
No, whether you're talking about The Office or Mandela.
A just share in the whole of South Africa.
Luther, of course, and all these amazing series and going to the Marvel Cinematic Universe and getting all these opportunities. Talk about night and day where you couldn't find a job.
Book.
And now all of a sudden it's like, we want you to be in all these Marvel movies.
Yeah.
It's got to be sort of a head trip to say, I can sort of have my choice now of things that I want to do.
Definitely, yeah. Someone asked me the other day, like, do you still audition? And I was like, no. Like, it wasn't like an arrogant moment. I was just like, no, I don't audition, ever, you know? It's a very, very different scenario now.
Have you ever had a chance to tell De Niro how he inspired you?
You know what? No.
Oh, we got to make that happen.
I know. I mean, I've said it in so many interviews, and I was like, when am I going to meet De Niro? And she'd be like, dude, you actually inspired me. You know, he had an office down in
Tribeca.
Yeah. I literally fanboyed out one day and just went to his office. And I think I'd read in the stage that he was the stage newspaper, that he was holding auditions for a Bronx Tale. It was his film he was directing. And I was like, I got to be in this, you know what I mean? I got to find a way to be in it. And so I show up and I said, oh, I've got an audition at the front desk. And they're like, he goes, yeah, go up to the next floor. So now I know I'm blagging this, right? I'm like, wow, I'm going up to the next floor. This must be where Bob De Niro is. And this woman comes out and she's like, hi, who are you? I said, my name's Idris. Here's my resume. She's like, how did you get in this building? I said, I'm auditioning for a Bronx Tale. She's like, honey, we already did the auditions. I'm just curious to know how you got in here. I was like, well, I just did some research and I hustled it. She was like, wow, you got some nuts on you, boy. I tell you, I have to. Okay, I'll take your resume, but we don't have any more auditions.
Wow.
See you later.
Wow.
True story.
Wow.
And I was like, okay.
You know, it would be fun if we went down there right now and did that again. I'm here to see Bob. That's amazing. Elba also is an accomplished DJ who has booked Coachella twice and one royal wedding. His other passion started as a side hustle, long before acting paid the bills.
You play a song and there's 5,000 people, hands in the air. That energy, you can't get that in films. You can get that maybe in theater, but it's not as reactive. When it's working, it's incredible. Mind you, when it's not working, it's like,
do you even have nights like that? Even though they go, oh, Idris Elba's here, that's great.
I think I always have nights like that. My team would be like, you're too hard on yourself. I'm like, no, I just didn't hit it. I didn't hit it how I need to. Yeah.
That's how you keep it sharp, though.
100%.
That's how you keep it sharp.
100%.
I just feel like listening to your journey at moments like this, when you're out celebrating this big Netflix movie you had, you must have a moment of pause and go, man, I worked for this. You know, I came a long way, not just from New York City, going back to your hometown and working in that Ford plant. Do you pause and think, man, I've hustled my way pretty far here?
Yes, I do. There's no doubt about that. But you know what? I still feel like I've got so much to offer. You know what I mean? I still feel like that guy that's sort of waking up in the van going, today's the day. I really do, you know what I mean? Like, it's not that I'm greedy or anything. It's just that I never really want to lose that sort of inquisitive, what can I do? What can I offer? How can I sharpen? How can I achieve? I never want to lose that.
And next up, Luther goes to Hawaii. I can't wait to see it.
Hawaii, Jamaica.
Yeah, just
Colombia,
somewhere warm with palm
bro.
trees, right?
Yes, 100%.
Thank you, man. This was
Thank you
fun.
very much.
Appreciate it. Thanks for doing this, John.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me back.
Great to see you.
I think the last time we did it, we were Zooming.
We were Zooming.
During the pandemic.
That was Bigger Love a couple
yes,
years back.
Bigger Love, and now we're here in person in New York. It's great to be here.
I can't believe it's been that long. What does album day feel like? You've put so much into this, years and years of writing and work and everything, and now the world has it.
I'm truly excited. I think it's similar to being a kid on Christmas, where you're like anticipating and waiting for, you know, what you hope will be a really good day. I want them to love it, and I want to feel like that joy, that there's a connection between what I created and what people feel from what I created. So I'm excited to have that feeling.
And you were such a creative. I can only imagine you pent up at home the last couple of years, just writing songs and putting music to it.
Well, that was the good side of not being able to tour. So we had time to write a lot. That's why I ended up making a double album. I was just so creative and productive and prolific during this time that a lot of material to choose from. And this is a very narrowed down version of what we wrote, because we wrote about 80 or 90 songs.
Did you really?
We've put out 24 of them. Wow. So yeah, we were so productive and wrote so much during that time. And I've been waiting to give it to the world.
All I wanna do is pull her close. Got me in the palm of her hands. She don't want this song to be over.
With a name like Legend, there's a lot to live up to.
The album is called?
It's called Legend.
Legend.
Yes.
We're finally just saying it.
Yeah.
We're finally going there.
Well, I figured it's my way of making a self-titled album. I put so much of myself into it. It's kind of wide-ranging. It's a double album. It really is a confluence of all my different influences and inspirations. And I was like, this is me. This is a full version of who I am in my life right now. And I'm just gonna call it Legend.
Have you resisted that in the past? I don't think your name's been in an
album or a song. I never thought to do it before. And, you know, I haven't used it in a bunch of titles, but, you know, every headline writer is like, you know, it's too tempting not to use it. Legend in the making, living legend, legend by name, legend by nature, as they say in the UK. So people have used it many times, but I've never really used it as a title until right now.
I think people watching should know, you did not anoint yourself
I
John
did not.
Legend.
I did not.
This was from guys in the studio like
Yes.
20 years ago.
Yeah,
right?
like 20 years ago, the first guy to call me that was a spoken word artist named Jay Ivey, and he's from Chicago, and I met him when we were working on Kanye's College Dropout together, and he started calling me that, and it kind of evolved into a stage name. And I was hesitant to take it on as a stage name because, come on, I didn't even have a record deal yet. How could I call myself a legend? And then, you know, I was like, I'm going to take this on because I'm not going to go into my career with this fear that it's not going to work out. I'm going to go into it with this belief that I'm going to make it work, and I'm going to try to live up to this name. And that's what I've been trying to do for a couple decades now.
Honey, honey makes the world go round.
So when you sit down, John, to do an album, is it different every time? Bigger Love, maybe you had one sort of theme in mind, and this time something different?
Well, part of the choices I make beforehand are like who I want to work with. Sometimes it's a little more free-flowing, and you know, you never know who you're going to end up in the room with. But a lot of it's planned out at first, but you don't know what that collaboration is going to create. You just kind of, you know, people that you like and that you might be interested in working with. Sometimes it's people you worked with before. Sometimes you want to spice things up and change things up. This is the first time it was executive produced by Ryan Tedder.
Yeah.
I had written with him before, but we had never done this much work together. And it was so much fun working with him. And then we brought in all kinds of amazing creatives, amazing co-writers, amazing producers, amazing guest vocalists. And it just evolves as you go. And you try something and it might not work, and then you try something else, it might not work, but when you hit things that really work and they land, and you're like, I want to do more of that, and it just starts to build. And eventually you've got an album.
Come out hot with
Rick Ross. Rick Ross on track one, and I've collaborated with him more on duets than any other artist. We've done a bunch on his albums, we've done 2 on my albums, and then we've done a few with DJ Khaled and French Montana and various other artists. So we work well together. His voice and my voice, the kind of beats we like to do together, it really works well. But we've also got Jasmine Sullivan, Jid, Saweetie, Janae Aiko, Ty Dolla $ign, Lettucey, Rhapsody, just some really talented, amazing people, and a lot of people behind the scenes that aren't featured as well.
So you got down to 24 songs from
Yes.
80 or 90, you
Yeah.
said. When you write 90 songs, how do you even decide what the 24 are going to be? And will the other ones end up somewhere someday?
Well, When I've made albums in the past, I've usually written like 40 or 50 at least for a single album. So for this double album, we wrote a bit more. But yeah, there's a bunch of tracks that may never get heard. I don't know. Maybe they'll release them after I die, like Tupac. I don't know. But I like to write a lot, and I like to collaborate a lot. And then I try to really focus in on which songs really move me, the ones that feel necessary, the ones that I feel like will move other people. I try to make it so there's no filler. You know, that's a matter of opinion. But I think I made Legend with no filler.
Yes, no skips.
No skips.
Listen to it right through. When you sit down to write a song, what is the process like for you? At the piano first, or are you with a pen in your hand first?
Sometimes. So sometimes I'm at the piano first. Usually the music comes first.
Okay.
And usually I'm either writing by myself or writing with 2 or 3 other people. And we'll start and figure out some music. We might figure out a groove, a beat. And the next thing I do is I'll start mumbling things that don't make sense into the mic. So I call it a mumble track, but it's a melody and a rhythm, but no lyric yet. So for ordinary people, it's just, so I'll start a song like that. It'll sound like nonsense, but it'll have a melody. And you'll recognize the melody later when the song is done. And I have recordings of all the mumbles that I've done for new songs.
That's your next album.
That's my next album, just mumbling. But yeah, so every song starts like that. And then eventually I figure out what the theme of the song is, what it feels like, what emotion I'm exploring, and then build the lyric around that.
When you do an album, do you think, okay, my first album was this, my next one was this is your 8th studio album.
Yeah.
Do you think of it as a big sort of spectrum of your work, or do you just say, I want to put out the best music this time I can?
I start just thinking, I want to make great music, and I want this to be better than what I did last time. And honestly, I want every album to be the best album. When I'm working on Legend, I'm thinking, this has got to be my best album ever. And I go into every project like that, and I go into it thinking I have to prove myself every time too, because I don't feel like I'm guaranteed success. I don't feel like I'm guaranteed that people will love it. So I go into it thinking I have to prove to them that it's worthy of their attention, worthy of their love, and worthy of them coming back to it. And so that's my motivation every time.
Listening to the album and looking at the track list, some of the artists aren't household names that you collaborate with. They're incredibly talented.
Yeah.
And I thought, in some of these cases, this is John lifting up someone. He sees promise in the way you were lifted up when you were young.
Absolutely, and artists did that for me at the beginning of my career, and it meant a lot to me. And I think I also like working with newer artists because they have a way of helping you refresh yourself and keeping you connected to what's next, rather than just kind of stuck with where you were before. And you know, I'm in my 40s now. I've been making records for 2 decades. And I think it's good for me to bring new energy into my life, into my creative process.
Does Chrissy have a favorite song on the new album?
I'm not sure which one it is, but I think it's Stardust. She's had a long time with that song, and it was as we were going through a really tough period in our family. We had lost a baby recently, and it was just a tough time for us.
You are made of stardust. The universe
And that song was very healing and very inspiring for her and for us as a family. And I think that will always be her favorite.
So it's not the song that you wrote for her about the way
Well,
you have
that's
grown.
not the only one I wrote for her. I just happened to bring that one up recently, but we've got a few. But yes, that one too. She likes that one.
That's a beautiful song.
It was called Splash.
Yes.
It's a sexy song. A lot of my songs are about sex.
A few of them, they are. But some about love.
Yes, about love. Some of them about commitment. Some of them are about going through challenges together. The gamut of what it means to be in a relationship with somebody that's deep and lasting.
Well, that's the song I was thinking of, which is where it's sort of the title is sort of a twist. But what you're saying is we're growing differently together, and the more we grow, the more I actually fall in love with you.
Yeah, the song's called I Don't Love You Like I Used To. And when Chrissy heard the title, she was like, what? Why are you writing a breakup song? But it's the opposite of a breakup song. When you are in a long relationship, when you go through challenges together, when you see all the different sides of that person, you actually can grow to love them more because it's been fortified by more real life, you know? It's not just the original infatuation, the original lust, the original attraction that you had for that person. It's so much more than that. And that's what the song's about. I think it's a good like anniversary song.
Absolutely.
For people, because as you grow and your commitment deepens with somebody, you have kids together, all these things, your love grows too.
That's true.
Yeah.
In August, the couple announced the happy news that Chrissy is pregnant again.
How are you feeling about number 3?
Oh, we're excited. You know, it's always a bit of cautious optimism, especially when you've lost one before. We really feel excited. We're looking forward to this new joy in our lives. Our kids are excited too.
Especially given where you guys have come in the last couple of years, this must feel all the sweeter.
Yeah, it feels really good, and it feels like we learned so much over the years through struggle and through the challenges that we face, and I think we've both grown so much. Chrissy especially has grown a lot in the past few years. We're ready for a new baby in our lives.
You know what they say about number 3? Now you go to a zone defense.
Zone
You
defense.
can't go man
No
to
more
man.
one-on-one.
You got a head on a swivel. You're gonna lose one of them once in a while, and that's
Exactly.
okay. That's okay.
Legend's day job allows him to be home in Los Angeles with his growing family. He just began his 7th season as a coach on The Voice.
How great a gig is that, be honest?
Honestly, it's a great gig. What I love about it is, one, I live in Los Angeles, and getting to film in Los Angeles instead of being on the road so much is really nice as a family man. Being close to my kids, being able to take them to school before I go to work, all of that is great. And I genuinely love working with our artists. They're inspiring, they're hungry, they have so much to offer the world, and you just want to help them be the best artists they can be. And that opportunity is so much fun. And my fellow coaches are a lot of fun too.
Right?
They make me laugh. We have a good time together.
It's a good group.
Yes.
It's a good group.
But after 2 years off the road during the pandemic, Legend was craving a live audience of his own.
She showed me what
In April, he began a Las Vegas residency.
Now, you've already had the chance to play some of these songs live in
Yes.
Vegas.
I just love seeing the reaction when people hear the new songs and they see them live without having heard them on a record yet. And it's been a lot of fun kind of market testing them in Vegas. Yes.
And which of those are the crowd pleasers?
Well, All She Wanna Do is like, it's the best one live.
All she wanna do is dance. All I wanna do is get up on her. Got me in the palm of her hand.
The energy just elevates in the room. Everybody gets up and starts dancing. And for a song to do that well without anyone even knowing it when I'm playing it, it's pretty amazing.
You've been home writing songs, as you said, for a couple of years. What was it like to get out in front of that crowd again in Vegas and just feel that energy back finally?
Well, my Vegas show is like no other show I've done before. We have dancers, we have feathers, we have the full Vegas glitz and glamour, but we also really wanted to take care to explore my entire career, my entire journey, my entire story. So it's a really autobiographical show.
With that autobiographical piece of it, when was the first moment, John, when somebody said, "Ooh, this guy can sing"? Do you remember what age that was? Was it in church?
I was
it
in
later?
church. I was probably 7 or 8. I was singing in the church choir. I had begged my mother and my grandmother to let me sing in the church choir. They were in charge. My mom directed the choir. My grandmother played the organ. And so they were in charge of the choir, but I was a little too young to be in the choir for a while. But I kept begging, and I'd be at rehearsal all the time with my mom. So eventually they let me join. And probably by the time I was 8 or 9, I got a solo in the choir. And I felt like I was on top of the world. And when you feel that energy from the crowd, it's very addictive. You want it again, and I think that's why I'm here today, is because I enjoyed that feeling that I felt early on, and I wanted to keep feeling it.
So from that moment, did you think, I'm going to be a professional musician? Was it conceivable to you that was a job?
It was, but I had no idea what that entailed.
Right.
You know, I would watch Star Search, I would watch the Grammys, and I would see, you know, these young artists on Star Search, you know, auditioning and competing. And I was like, I could do that. And then I would watch the Grammys, and that would be the pinnacle. You'd see, you know, Michael or Stevie or Luther, and you'd be like, I want to be up there where they are. I always wanted that, and I had no idea what it would take, but I just kept making music. I was taking piano lessons, singing in the church choir, singing at school. Whenever somebody would give me the mic, I would find a way to sing.
It must be crazy for you to be in an arena or in Vegas with a sold-out crowd and think, I was 9 years old singing in a church.
Yeah.
How did I get here?
Yeah, so in the middle of my show, I usually tell a story about, you know, the fact that this is my dream come true. I'm living my dream, and I feel so grateful. And every time I'm on that stage, I don't take it for granted. I get to do what I love to do every single day. I get to write songs and perform them for people. I get to feel that connection with the audience, feel their energy. It's amazing.
A lot of people talk about your break as coming with Kanye, but I was going back reading, and I didn't realize you played piano on Everything Is Everything.
Yes, so
with
that
Lauryn
was my
Hill while you're
first.
still in college.
Yeah, so Lauryn Hill, she's making the Miseducation of Lauryn Hill in 1998. I was a junior in college, and I, on the weekends, would drive up from Philadelphia to Scranton, and I was working at a church there. I would direct the choir, and I would play keyboard for the church. And one of my choir members grew up with Lauryn Hill. She would drive back and forth to Jersey sometimes to work on the album with her. And she invited me to go with her one time. And eventually my friend says, Johnny, why don't you play a couple songs for Lauryn? She should hear what you can do. So I sit at the piano, play a couple songs, and then Miss Hill says, why don't you play on this song we're working on right now? I played on the song, and it was Everything Is Everything. Wow. And that was the first time I was ever part of a major record. So I didn't know that the song was going to make the album. I didn't know that my part was going to make the song. But in the late summer, as the album was about to come out, Lauryn's A&R person calls me up and asks me how to spell my name for the credits. And so I'm like, okay, I'm on the album. And then I go back to school and tell everybody I'm on track 13 of their favorite album, which everyone was playing.
Yes.
It was in every dorm room, every apartment. Everybody was playing it, and I was a part of it.
Little did you know it was going to become an iconic album.
Yeah.
And you were there just trying out songs
And I
with it.
eventually got signed to that same label that called me up to ask for the spelling of my name. I signed to Columbia as my record deal when I first got signed.
You never know where that break's going to come from, do you?
Absolutely.
Same goes with Kanye, I know.
Yeah.
Kanye was not yet Kanye West.
He was not
when you
very
met him.
famous at the time. He was just starting to bubble up as a producer, and he was living in Chicago, but then he moved to the New York area, and I was roommates with his cousin. And his cousin Devon and I went to Penn together. We were roommates in New York together, and Devon says, I've got a cousin moving here from Chicago. He just started working with Rockefeller. He's a really good producer. He's also rapping as well. So, you should meet up, connect, work together. So we invited him to my show at Jimmy's Uptown in Harlem. And I played the show, and then I met Kanye after the show. And eventually, a few months later, we started writing together. He would help me with my demo, which eventually became Get Lifted. And then I would sing and play keys and write with him on his demo, which eventually became The College Dropout.
It's so cool to think about. Kanye is living in an apartment in Newark.
Yes.
Just writing songs. There was
Yes.
that documentary that shows him working
Yes.
out Jesus Walks.
Absolutely. And so
all
I was
that.
going in there to write with him and sing with him, and then he was helping me work on my new music too. And then eventually I signed with his production company, Good Music, and we made Get Lifted together and a bunch of other albums after that.
And man, you started off with a bang. Your first album
Yeah.
gets 8 Grammy nominations, wins 3 of them.
Yes.
What was that moment like for you? Because album 1, you're here, you've arrived.
It was surreal, and I didn't have any expectations that it was going to do that well. But that year leading up to it, we started to see more and more growth. The album came out, it wasn't a huge hit at the beginning, but Ordinary People started to really blow up, and that was the signature song from the album, and it really connected with a lot of people. And by the time the Grammy nominations were happening, it's the end of that year where the album's been out for nearly a year, and early December, I show up at the nominations and find out I have 8 nominations. And I'm tied with Mariah on her Emancipation, which was like her big comeback album, and Kanye on his second album. And we all have 8 nominations, and I'm nominated for Best New Artist and Best R&B Album and a few other awards. And it was surreal, truly like all my dreams were coming true. And it really just set me up for the rest of my career, because once you get that Best New Artist and you get that Grammy, seal of approval, it kind of opens more doors and makes more things possible. And I've been trying to make the most of it since then.
You've also spoken so much about our society and justice and all those themes that are important to you in music and outside of music. How crucial is that to you to sort of be a voice for those things, especially in this time?
Well, I've always thought that that's what it meant to be an artist, because a lot of my favorite artists over the years, they not only would write songs or perform songs that were inspirations for a movement, but they would also, behind the scenes, be funding protests, funding organizations who were fighting for justice. And I just always believed that part of my role as an artist, particularly a Black artist in America, I always feel like we have a responsibility to not just rest on our laurels, not just be in it for our own success and our own money, but to look out for our people and speak out on behalf of justice and equality, America achieving the ideals that we've established as our ideals as a country that we've yet to reach, but I want to advocate for us getting there.
What do you think music can do to that end? I'm thinking about a song like Glory, which number one is a great song, so it draws you in, but then the message gets through to people while they're tapping their feet.
Well, I'm never sure how impactful a song is, because I think there's so much more that goes into change. It's organizing, it's getting people's attention in the right way, it's using whatever moral persuasion you can use to get people to come to your side of thinking. But I think music, one, is inspired by the movement, inspired by people out there being activists. When we wrote Glory, we were writing it inspired by Dr. King. We were also writing it inspired by the people who were protesting in Ferguson at that time. And so we included lyrics that alluded to both time periods. And once we wrote the song, having been inspired by those activists, then we saw people turn around and march with our song. And so it's a kind of a perfect illustration of how that feedback loop keeps going between the artist community and the activist community. We're inspired by them. they're inspired by us, and it keeps it going.
And it's a constant struggle, isn't it? In our culture, it's maybe 2 steps forward, 1 step back.
There's always been a backlash, whether it was Civil War and Reconstruction, you saw the backlash to that, and Jim Crow kind of lasted for decades as a backlash to the advances that we made right after the Civil War. So America's history has been progress and backlash, and all that means is that we can't rest. We have to keep fighting and keep pushing toward a more perfect union and a more just country.
What gives you hope, John, for America right now?
Well, I think we have to celebrate all of our wins. Each time we are able to accomplish something, a lot of times my organization, Free America, is fighting for legislative change, like we fought for Amendment 4 in Florida. And that re-enfranchised like 1 million people in the state. And when you have a victory like that, it's good to celebrate it. It's good to celebrate these wins. And I think those wins are the fuel that we need for more hope, to keep fighting for more change, and to achieve the goals that we really want. And I think you need that progress to feel that hope, and that hope is the fuel you need to keep going.
Does it feel good to you, John, that at a wedding somewhere this weekend, somebody's going to be playing their song?
Yes.
You're playing your song and have their first dance to that, or people, they love each other because of the music you put on. Does that feel good?
And it's cool because now, because of social media, we're able to see it, because they usually will post a video from their wedding. And so I've been seeing people dancing to All of Me and Stay With You and So High throughout all these years. And now we've got a few more songs that I think might be good wedding songs too. So I always love being a part of people's celebrations, and it means a lot to me that they would include me, because, you know, we sit in these rooms and create these songs, and you never know what's going to happen with them. But when you find out that they mean that much to so many people, it's a beautiful thing.
I interviewed Ed Sheeran a couple of months ago, and he said, I'm starting to think people only invite me to weddings so I'll get up and sing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You too?
Oh, yeah. For years. My sense is, you know, if I'm going to someone's wedding, it's because I really care about them and want to be there for them. So a lot of times I will end up singing if I'm rested and I'm not too drunk.
But you know it's coming. You can see it coming, right? They want you to get on the piano.
Like, oh, it just happens to be a piano over here. Magical. Who knew? What a coincidence.
Before I let you go, John, I'm lining up all the things you do and wondering how you do them. I'm looking at, you're going to go out on tour, you get the Vegas residency, you've got The Voice, the new album, you're going to be out promoting it. How do you sort of allocate your time? Because you're there with your kids, you're there with Chrissy. How do you put it all together?
Honestly, most of my life is still focused on writing songs and performing. During this couple of weeks, I'm going to do a lot of promotion and a lot of interviews, but I try to focus really on the art, on the creativity, and on my family. And those are my main focuses.
Congratulations on the album. People are going to love it. It's so good to see you, man.
Great to see you, Willie.
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
She wanna do is
was our biggest problem on the show, backwards walking. Jenna?
Yes?
It's Jerry.
Oh, Jerry, hi.
Hi. Remember we said we were going to have coffee today?
Oh, gosh, am I late?
What do you think?
Okay, I'm on my way right now.
Oh.
Sorry I'm late. I'll be right there.
Fantastic.
Oh, looky who's here.
Hey,
Hi.
how are you?
How are you? Don't hit your head. Mwah.
Nice to see you.
Thank you for meeting me for a little coffee.
You're really overdressed for just coffee.
Well, you know what?
You
I
look
came
very
straight
elegant.
from the show.
Oh.
But also, I knew there'd be pickles involved. Hi.
Okay.
Sure, I'd love a coffee.
Me too, I love a coffee.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
You
So, have you had a coffee already this morning?
I've had 3 coffees. How many have you had?
I've had 1 espresso. Every day starts with espresso.
But it didn't always used to.
It didn't always. For years, I used to do jokes about I thought coffee people were so weird. What is this drink you have to drink? Why? I can't talk until I've had my coffee. Why? Because I just got up, yeah? I feel tired when I get up. Yeah, we all do.
So, okay, you didn't drink coffee, and yet you pitched a show.
Well, I was drinking it at that point. That's where I got the idea for the show. I went, this is a fantastic drink. It gets people so chatty. This is great.
Now, there's something that must be open-minded about you, because to go from a no coffee person to a coffee person takes, I feel like most people stick in one lane.
Yeah, I think I am pretty open-minded. I have done a lot of very weird, different things. I have explored a lot of avenues in my journey to perfect the human system.
And have you perfected it?
Pretty close.
You look perfect. You look great.
No, I feel like I'm 68, and I feel pretty good.
To celebrate the 10th anniversary of Jerry Seinfeld's hit show, Comedians and Cars Getting Coffee, he's releasing the Comedians and Cars Getting Coffee book, which takes readers behind the scenes of some of the most iconic episodes.
Let's talk about this show and this book. I heard
Okay.
that the most nervous you were, which kind of makes sense, was when you went to interview President Obama at the White House.
Right.
Your producer said you were a little scared.
Yeah. Well, I felt like I was kind of representing every comedian that ever lived.
Yes.
And I was getting to do something that no comedian has ever done, which is do a little funny bit
Yeah.
in the Oval Office.
Yes.
Which I don't think anyone's ever done.
Did Dana Carvey never do that?
Not in the real
Yeah.
Oval Office.
Yes.
I don't think so. But it was a bit, knocking on the window.
Yes.
And sitting on the chair.
And I heard that the Secret Service were the ones that told you to go knock on the window. I mean, you were behind the bushes and knocked on the window.
No, I knew I was going to knock on the window. I had asked them.
Is that
They
okay?
said, could I do, I asked, I don't remember whose idea it
Yeah.
was, but they said, yeah, you could do that.
Were you-
Which I couldn't believe they were going to let
I
me
know.
do that.
Thank you.
And I thought, this is a great opportunity in the history of comedy,
Yes.
to knock on the window of the Oval Office while the president's working.
Thank you. And also, there's lots of Secret Service
Yeah.
that are hanging out there.
Yeah.
So it was a kind of a risk to your to your safety, right?
Why would I be scared
Well, what
of
if
them?
one Secret Service man didn't know that Jerry Seinfeld was popping up behind the bushes knocking?
I trust the Secret Service.
This show is, you said, is kind of like a Valentine,
Yes.
like a funny Valentine to
yes.
comedians.
Yes.
Why?
Let me tell you what it's like to be a comedian.
Okay.
It's the greatest life if you can manage it.
Yes.
So the hard part is the comedian part.
Yes.
Making people laugh every night is hard. But if you have that, if you can do that, the rest of your life, you're with comedians.
Yes.
And this becomes a gigantic component of your life and is equally as enjoyable. So I wanted people to see this other side. I would say my life is 25% doing comedy,
Yes.
75% hanging out with comedians.
Hanging out with funny people.
Yes.
So you're constantly laughing.
Yes.
But I guess what surprises me about the show is that it is hilarious, which
Thank you.
people would expect, but it's also kind of human. and lovely and touching. There were moments where you want to kind of tear up, and I guess y'all are people. But that part surprised me.
Well, we are people, but we're not normal people. We're all, and what I have found is the gene is kind of the same, but it gets implanted in all these different types of people. But the essential gene, the comedy gene, is the same. And so it became a study of that, or kind of an exploration of that. Look at all these different people that are all very different, and they all have this little thing.
Yeah.
This little, I don't want to call it a defect, but let's call it an aspect.
An aspect of their personality.
Yeah.
Do you remember when you knew you had that?
I didn't, that I thought I was funny, you mean?
You knew you were funny. Because you're not just that you thought you were funny.
Well, I thought everyone was funny.
As a little kid.
When you're 8, everyone is funny.
No, but not everybody is funny. You know what I mean? You can think back to like the kids that are not funny.
Yeah, there were some, but there were a lot of funny kids.
Yes, that's true. Kids are funny.
Right? And then something, it's like between 13 and 15 is when it gets slips away, because the pressure of, oh, I've got to be a person now.
Yeah, and you're embarrassed maybe.
Yeah, well, you
girls can be.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? Be embarrassed by that
by
part
being
of
funny.
well, being too big or something,
Right.
too much personality.
Did your friends think you were funny?
Yeah.
Do they still think you're funny?
They do.
So you're the funny one.
I'm the funny one.
That's great.
But Barbara's pretty funny. You
Yes,
know my
Barbara
sister.
is funny,
She's
yeah.
funny, but
Right.
I do like to make people laugh. I mean, what does it feel like to you to make people laugh?
It's the best thing in the world. It's a couple of seconds of weightlessness, where everything in your mind, everything you think about and worry about and work on your whole life is just gone for a second. And it lasts. You know, you feel, if you have like a big laugh,
yes,
it lasts. For the rest of the day you go, that was so funny.
And it's fun to see it in kids. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Because I have a child who, we actually think is going to be the next Amy Schumer.
Oh, wow.
She's very wild and hilarious and will do anything for a laugh. And when she gets an authentic one, to see that glimmer in their eye, to see the glimmer. You know what I mean? There is something to it.
Yeah. The trick is to not lose it.
Yeah.
Don't dismiss it. I think people think, well, what use is this?
Yeah, I wonder, in a world that feels pretty dark, I think we can all be like, gosh, what service are we unless we're doing more?
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of used to be self-deprecating about my job sitting next to Hoda, but I realized that I'm making people feel good.
Yeah.
And that is of service in some way, in some small way.
It's not a small way. It's not a small way. It's a big way.
And do you feel that way too? Do you feel like, you know what, actually making people laugh is something that's super important?
It is, yeah. I don't think of it kind of socially. I think of it in the moment.
Yeah.
It's really important to me to get this laugh right now, because
Yeah.
I don't know. You become you kind of become a machine in comedy. You just all day, every day, you're thinking about how do I get that joke to work.
Yeah.
And I have a friend who's always talks to me about this. He always says, it is a bigger thing. You are providing a
Right.
relief. I always say this silly stuff we do, it's meaningless. He says, no, it's extremely meaningful. So it's a nice thought.
You get to sit with these hilarious people
Yes.
and laugh, which I think making people laugh feels great, but also there's nothing better than laughing. So let's talk Steve Martin.
Okay.
I mean, first of all, the car, you had some car issues.
We've had a lot of car issues over the history of doing the show. Yeah, because I love old cars.
Yes.
Especially interesting ones. And people think that they're maintaining them and they're not. And we go, is this a good car? And they go, oh yeah, I keep it perfect. And they don't.
So with Steve, what happened there? You said there was some sort of...
It broke down at some point. What was it? I believe it was a
Yeah, it broke down
Fiat-
on the side of the road.
Yeah.
Fiat.
I believe it was a Fiat 8V, if I recall, which was a really artistic car that I thought he would like because he's such an art guy.
Yes.
Oh, Jerry, I know you're trying to be funny. Whoa.
Now, what is she thinking, that lady? She's thinking, I'm sure that's not Steve Martin and Jerry Seinfeld, but the resemblance is unbelievable.
And were y'all able to fix it? Or you need somebody else for
No,
that?
I remember we had to get in like a rent-a-car. Yeah.
You and Steve and
Yeah.
an old Buick.
Yeah.
And a Toyota Camry.
Yeah, in a Camry, which really makes you sad.
It wasn't exactly what you were hoping.
No.
Now, do you prepare? How do you prepare for these? Because it's
I
kind
don't.
of you don't prepare at all.
No. See, I'm more interested, that first question I ask you is, you've had 3 coffees today. I like the tiny little behaviors of human life.
Yes.
What was the first one? Is it a routine? How do you make it? I'm interested in coffee. I'm interested in people's beds and their shoes and their combs, I like the small things are the big things to me.
Which makes total sense, right? Do you make your bed?
No, I do not.
Does Jessica make your bed?
Yes, she does.
Of course she does. Of course she does.
Why?
Because I like Jessica. She gets things done.
Oh, she sure does.
Right?
Yeah.
But aren't you lucky you married somebody like that and had children with somebody that gets everything done?
Lucky is not the word. Saved is the word. I'm a rescue pet.
So you don't prepare at all. You don't Google. Like, what if you don't know the person? You know everybody?
I read the first 3 sentences. I just want to know where they grew up, are they married, they have kids.
Okay.
That's all. I don't need to know anything else about a person to have a
So
conversation.
Wikipedia is really your sort of...
Yeah. Yeah. The things I'm interested in are not, in the bio.
Which makes the show so good.
Oh, thanks.
And the coffee table book. Did you ever think you'd have a coffee table book?
No. I didn't.
Are you proud of it?
I didn't. Well, they don't give you a book unless the show works.
Yes.
So, yes, I am proud of it.
And the show worked, and people are asking, will there be more?
They are. I don't know. I actually just started thinking about it just recently, but I did a movie, and I'm kind of...
You did a movie?
I made a movie, yeah. During the virus, we wrote a movie, and then we made it, and now we're finishing it, and it's going to come out pretty soon.
Wow, what does that feel like?
Amazing.
Yeah.
That's something I never thought I would do. But because of the virus, I wasn't doing anything, and I had time to write it. Because otherwise, I can't stop doing stand-up. I can't stop.
It's too much fun.
Yeah, it's just like, it's like my life routine. I have to, you know, it's so much fun.
So now the fact that there's going to be this film,
Yeah,
can you tell me anything about it?
sure.
Have you already talked about it and I just didn't do enough research?
I haven't.
What is it?
It takes place in 1964.
Wow.
So it's a period piece.
Yes.
It takes place in Battle Creek, Michigan, and it's about how they invented the Pop-Tart.
Wow. That's genius.
Yeah.
Do you like a Pop-Tart?
I love the Pop-Tart.
Which is your favorite flavor?
Brown sugar
Me
cinnamon.
too.
Of course.
Me too, but a lot of people like strawberry. With the Frosty?
That's them.
No, but brown sugar cinnamon.
See, that was probably the first. Is that the first thing you made when you were a kid that was hot?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or maybe an Eggo waffle, but hot,
Right, yeah.
that's the most luxurious thing. Like, because an Eggo waffle is just like toast, glorified toast.
Right. The
But a
Pop-Tart is
Pop-Tart-
complicated.
It has all that, sometimes some of them have
Yeah.
sprinkles.
Mm-hmm.
So is this a real story or you?
No.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't.
There are certain real elements in it.
Okay.
The truth of the story is Post and Kellogg's both had the idea at the same time.
Wow.
And then they competed to who could come out with it first.
Yes.
And then we just completely made
Came
up
up.
this totally insane comedy. It's like 15 stand-up comics are in this.
Are you starring in it?
Mhm,
Wow.
mhm. And I directed it.
That is incredible.
I know, it's really exciting.
Most people just learned how to like bake bread during the pandemic, and you
Yeah.
wrote and directed and are gonna star
Yeah.
in a film.
Yeah.
Can we get coffee and talk about it when it comes out?
Sure.
And maybe bring Jessica. But I do want to ask you, your wife posted something
Right.
on Instagram.
Right.
I follow her.
Right.
I adore her. I thought
Thank you.
it was a simple way to say something that needs to be said.
In October, Jerry's wife of 23 years, Jessica, posted on Instagram in support of the Jewish faith after a string of highly publicized anti-Semitic events. The post read, "I support my Jewish friends and the Jewish people." And the caption read, "If you don't know what to say, you can just say this in your feed."
When we look at the rise of anti-Semitism in this country and really around the world, what do you think of it?
She found a simple, and I thought, non-aggressive way to say something that, as we said, unfortunately needs to be said, but does need to be said. And I thought that was very special and fantastic thing she did. Hard to do.
It is hard
right?
to do. Well,
Most
simplicity.
things in that venue, it's going to trigger someone. It's going to inflame. We're so quick to inflame, right? Both sides of any debate.
Yes.
Women, gender, everything.
Yeah.
Right. This is the culture we live in. Flash paper.
Yeah.
Instant, violent verbiage.
Yes.
Right.
And she found a way to sort of quiet it.
Right.
And hopefully also raise awareness.
Yeah. That was a great thing.
Okay, I want to go over a list of some of these comedians that were on.
Okay.
And just if you have something to say,
Okay.
say it. Eddie Murphy. I feel like Eddie Murphy was was maybe the best episode there ever was.
That was probably next to the Obama one, which was unique for those circumstances, obvious. But reconnecting with Eddie, who he and I started together the same month, the same club together. And then, of course, he quickly went one way, and then I went another way. And then after all those years, to get back together was so thrilling. And he was so, again, I talk about this thing, you know,
Yes.
and there it is, and he still got it, you know, and he's still talking about it. And he talks about in the show being on Long Island and going to these clubs with these guys in a car. And then after the club, you go to a place like this.
Oh my gosh.
This is the life. This is the life. Hanging out with the company. You do the show, you do great, you do horrible, but you wind up here.
Having coffee and a pastrami sandwich.
Yes, and writing jokes on napkins and making fun of each other, you know.
Do you have napkins where you have jokes? I mean, do you remember yourself doing that, coming to a
No,
place?
I got a notebook.
Yeah.
I said,
you had a
I need
notebook.
a notebook for this
work.
profession.
I need a notebook for this type of work.
Yeah.
But you probably have, I'm sure you have written a joke or two down on a napkin.
Yes, I have.
To be reunited with him must have been very cool.
It was beautiful. It was beautiful.
And you could feel that.
Oh, that's great.
You could.
So, you've seen a few of these.
Yes, I've seen a few of yours.
Oh, that's nice.
People love this show.
Wow.
Did you not know that?
For most of the time I was doing it, I didn't think it was working.
You didn't think it while you were doing it?
Yeah. But I loved it, and I wanted to make it.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make this.
Well,
I wanted to show people this side of comedy life, because people just got so interested in comedy the past 20 years, you know?
Yes.
So that's why I did it.
I think also it's like, and why people are asking now is that kind of connection, you know, that kind of being with somebody funny and making each other laugh, that kind of conversation, especially since y'all were together in this small area, like was something we missed during the pandemic, you know?
Well, you tell me, don't you feel, I mean, you do more interviews than anyone. This kind of thing is different, right?
Yes. Because just like you said, there is no preparation.
Right.
You're just sitting down for a wonderful conversation over coffee.
Right.
But also, I think with the goal of laughing and having others laugh too.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's a lightness to that, right?
Very much so. And I'm not really much of a podcast person because I like edited content.
Yeah.
I love that I could take 3 hours and give you a great 12.
Yes.
Because that's what comedy is.
Yes.
When you go see a comedian, he's basically going, I have lots of crazy thoughts. Some of them are funny, and I've cut it down to just that.
Yes.
That's what you're seeing.
Because when you work on a show, you write something. How long does it take, like, to get down to what you're actually going to perform?
Well, I don't know because I do it all the time.
Yeah.
But everything is trimmed down to the an essential aspect of comedy is it has to be trimmed down to the absolute minimum. It's like a poem.
Yes.
It has to be like a
And
poem.
good books, really good books are edited well. I mean, that's the most important part of it,
Yes.
of all of it.
Yeah, but books are long.
I love books.
That's nice.
You don't?
I do. I love books. But I don't read a lot.
I'm trying to think if I have anything good
If
for
I
you.
could get rid of the phone.
Yeah,
I
put the
think
phone away. Put
I
the
might
phone away.
read.
What are you doing on your phone?
Nothing good.
Scrolling?
Well, how else can you get to the next thing? But we have to scroll.
But what are you looking at articles? Or are you looking at social media? What are you doing? Are you on
I look
Instagram?
At cars. I look on Instagram, and I love YouTube.
No, you don't.
I love YouTube.
What do you like on YouTube? Cat videos?
Here's what I found the greatest video on YouTube
What is it?
yesterday. I have spent years on YouTube, countless hours, and yesterday I found the video that changed my life so powerfully. A guy made a video about You know how when you turn on your windshield wipers, sometimes they go.
Yes.
He made a video about how to fix that.
How do you fix
And you
it?
don't need new wipers.
What? How do you?
And you don't need a new wiper arm. It's an adjustment with 2 wrenches, and he shows
Would you ever do that?
Oh, I can't wait to do it.
Are you gonna do it?
Yeah. So that's what I love.
You love it.
Because I hate when wipers do that. I hate that sound.
I know what you mean.
And somebody solved it, and they made a video and showed everyone
How did you come to that YouTube
I
video?
don't know. They
targeted you.
Yeah.
You were.
I like the
YouTube-
algorithm. I don't watch anything unless the algorithm suggests it.
Well, you do, and they just targeted you with the
Yeah.
perfect video, which is the windshield wipers.
Windshield wiper adjustment.
So you like that kind of like how to fix it. You're not into.
No, I'm surfing,
Oh, surfing.
baseball, cars, dogs. I like cute dog videos.
Yeah, who doesn't?
You know.
You should follow Round Boys on Instagram. It's really good. It's just round animals. Your wife would love it. Just all about the roundness of animals.
Right. Yeah, I love things like I love unboxing videos.
Unboxing videos.
Here's what it is. I really think obsession is a nice way to go through life.
Yeah.
Being obsessive.
Yes.
As long as you don't go completely crazy.
Yes.
Obsessing, I've obsessed on everything, about everything my entire life.
Well, that's true. That's why you're famous, right? Because the show is like
It's all-
obsessing over the little nuance
Exactly.
of life.
Right.
Yes.
So that's entertainment to me.
Yeah. Well, it's entertainment to us too.
Yeah.
Turns out. Turns out it's entertainment to all of us as well.
Yeah, but we all live these lives of micro-obsession,
Yes.
right? Not microaggression, micro-obsession.
Okay, I've learned so much.
And those things, I think, are, if you miss out on the fun of that,
Yes.
I just think it's fun. It's a fun, I like to find entertainment in life.
Yes.
I don't want to just drag myself through this. I want to enjoy it.
Yes. No, it's so true. If you can't find the fun and the nuance and the tediousness of life, then you're not living.
What was the point of
Yeah,
all of that?
it's true.
Right?
It's true.
Find the fun in it. And I personally believe the fun is in the ordinary.
Sure
Not in the special. The ordinary.
I
Really,
love
right?
this so much.
I know, me too.
I could sit here forever.
Me too.
Cheers.
Well, cheers.
But can we do it when your movie comes out?
Yes. Isn't it better?
It's, well, the Pop-Tarts, I can't wait.
I won't let her throw her life away. We need to trick her into dumping him. As much as this will pain us both, we have to call a truce to make this work.
You have to be in lockstep.
Hey! Did you make a pact to not murder each other until you murder me first? We are here for you, my love.
Yes, we're in lockstep.
Yeah.
Ticket to Paradise is Julia and George's first romantic comedy together and their sixth collaboration.
You clean up pretty good.
It's a friendship that has spanned 2 decades. So you guys, when you say you're friends, it's more than friends, really. I mean, you have a lot of friends in Hollywood, I'm sure, but this sounds like it's definitely next level.
Well, we've been friends a long time.
Yeah.
I mean,
Long time.
She comes over to the house and